I and I'm reading it now, and I also learn how to. So since I'm learning about the market, I can show you guys some stuff real quick that I'm working on. I'm still testing it because and is when I compare it to the past price stock movement, it looks accurate and it looks like it's working. But then since the stock market is down now, it's just kind of like even when the stock market is down, it's still doing exactly what I intended for the code to do. So um let me just share with you guys just a second. All right. So I'm going to so this is what I'm using to day trade the market, right? Um, and it's working exactly how I want it to work, right? And it's based on things that I've learned about the market and so on, right? So, but I want to test it much longer, and when I consistently make profit on it, I it's something like when I'm day trading in the morning, I would just start a Zoom meeting, and whoever wants to join, you guys can join. And if you want to like take a trade, the same trade with me, you can take the trade. So that's
Yeah.
how I'm planning on doing it now. But I want to test it to make sure I can consistently make money. So basically, everything you are seeing on the screen means something. This red space is pre-market. So market open from 4 to 9:30, right? So that's this time you are seeing over here. The red, the yellow is the first 15 minutes of the market open. So for me, the strategy that I'm using, the first 15 minutes of the market open, I just want to see how the stock moves. Some people trade in the first 15 minutes of the market open. That's how they make their money. But for
As
me,
is, this thing you're showing, it was what I was telling you. There is this guy, what's his name? I think Nitro Trade. Exactly what he does. He trades between 9 EST to
mhm,
maybe 10. So he trades between the working hours. So he will just, monitor the top five stock market, Nvidia, Amazon, and the
mhm,
likes. So what he does is, once he opens multiple tab, and we all kind of follow. The only reason why I'm not able to follow his trade is because at 9 o'clock we have a meeting at work. That's exactly when we start our stand up. So it kind of clashes, and there is no way I can by that time. If it was like let's say 10, 11, or whatever time,
mhm,
that made a lot of sense. But yeah, this is exactly what he does. And this guy has about I'm serious. Well, if you follow the Discord server, he has a Discord that there's a paid membership, there's a free one, and if you follow this Discord server, he shares winning. Based on what I've followed, he has about 80% winning rates in a month. By
okay,
yeah,
yeah. So yeah, so is that's everyone has a strategy that they use. Honestly, though, if you want to make money in the stock market, that first 15, the when market opened by, so market has like in the morning, the first 15 minutes, everything moves a lot and it moves fast. So if you know what you're doing, you can make money there. Then I feel like between after that and close to like 12, there's also movement again because at that time people are going to lunch. Then there's like 3 p.m. 3 p.m. again right before market close where people are making moves again. So those are the times I see that you can make money. So but for example, this Tesla trade, right? I saw this Tesla trade here on Friday when this is forming, I saw it. I knew Tesla was going to be going down for the day. So if you were to take a trade like this, you see how it's just kind of like trading sideways for the day is pretty much coming down. it will go back up. Since that's how the market is doing now, but you can make your profit. Let's say you entered a put option here when Tesla was here, and you sell it when Tesla is here. That's how you make money until the market is stable. You have to find where in the market where it goes up and it comes down. And I can show you in almost all of them, they do the same thing. It won't be the same exact pattern like you see how this is trading, right? So if you would have bought a call here, right? So you bought a call here and you sell here. A lot of these things, you won't leave it to the end of the day. You're just finding where in the market, where the market is, has like a quick stretch where it is going up. And you can see it is from on Amazon on this day, it is from 9 9:30 a.m. to about to 11:15. So a lot of those trades you see it in the morning, and in the morning I tend to like the market more in the morning because everything moves so fast in the morning. So that's how you make your trade. Uh, the one that I did yesterday, SMCI, I made some money on it. So you can see it came down here, then I bought it around somewhere here, and right now I bought it somewhere here, and right before the market closed, it went back up here. So that's until everything stabilized, that's how you'll be making money. You just look for where the market is green or red. But in this thing, I wrote a code that alerts me on when exactly to buy and if the likelihood of a stock going up for the day or coming down for the day. So you can see on Friday, which is yesterday, because every day it gives me different alert on each of the stocks. Yesterday, I didn't get any of the alert, right? Meaning that the conditions that are supposed to be met for me to decide whether the stock is going to go up and down didn't happen. And as you can see, all the stocks yesterday, none of it went up, none of it went down. They were just kind of like trading sideways. So I think the code I wrote is working because on the past ones where the stock has gone up, it did show me the alert, right? And the one time earlier this week, I made money on Tesla the day it went up. So you can see for any of this stock, there's no alert. I'm not getting the alert on them. That's because you can see each of, so if I was to get the alert, this will be what I get, right? And you can see on this candle, I got this alert here on Microsoft, and you can see it went
Yeah.
up. It went up. I got this alert on this candle. So that means this candle opened here. This candle opened at 365, right?
Yeah.
And it went as high as 374. So when I got this alert, I would have got in somewhere here, right? On this candle, right? I'll get in somewhere here, maybe somewhere in this range. And when it got to this point, I'll sell it, right? So that's what I'm saying. Because of the sentiment going on in the market, you can't keep a lot of stuff. You can't keep your trade for the day. You just have to find that one stretch in the market where it is going to be green and you make your move. So the code that I wrote, you can see on this one where it did happen, it did alert me. So I did make a trade on this one. I think I made like $200 because I got in probably somewhere too late here. And when it went here, I made money. So, and some of these things, you just once it keeps going up, you set your stop loss. So when it's pulling back down, they'll just sell it for you. So that way that's how you can protect your profit. So, and you can see for the rest of them, I didn't get any of the alert. So,
Yeah.
it does, it does work. But on most days when there is no market sentiment on tariff and all these things going on, when the market is green, they would typically go up for a while and they might come down and keep going up for the rest of the day. But because the sentiment in the market is really bad right now, everybody is afraid of the market because of all the policies Trump is passing. So that's why the market is kind of So
Okay.
that's what I'm doing to make money, and I'm learning how to day trade the market and also how to read the candlestick. So I can explain just briefly how the candlestick works, right?
Yeah.
So so you see, my time frame is in 15 minutes. I'm using the day like the day. So this whole thing you guys are seeing is for the day. This is from here to here. This is for the day, right? And I'm using the 15-minute time frame. So this one candle you see is in 15 minutes time frame. And in that 15 minutes time frame, so think of it like this. Once 15 minutes, there will be 15, this candle will run for 15 minutes. And you will see a time here, it will be timing down. It will be timing down 15 minutes. And once this candle runs for 15 minutes, the next one, 15 minutes starts. So this is like a 15 minutes candle, right? So when you see a red candle, it means the stock price. So for stock price, right, in the 15 minutes, I'm using 15 minutes time frame. In the 15 minutes, for that, when that 15-minute timer starts, right, let's say this is from 9:30 to 9:45, right? That is that 15 minutes. And the next one is 9:45 to 10, right?
Mm.
So in this, let's take the one for 9:30. When 9:30 start and that 15 minutes started, right? If the candle is red, it means that the price started up here. The price started at 896, and by the time that 15 minutes end, the price ended at 888. You understand?
Yeah.
So if the candle is red, it means the price, the top part of the candle is where the price opened in that 15 minutes time frame. And the bottom part is where the price closed. That's why it is red, because it lost money in that 15 minutes. Does that make sense?
It does. So, quick
Yeah.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you kind of have to open multiple tabs to monitor, let's say, top five S&P kind of stock to make sure you're following the trend on the top five? Because this one looks like just Netflix, or you have
Yeah,
just one target.
this is Netflix. Yeah, I have so I have my watch list here of, and my watch list, another thing, because I'm still refining everything. Another thing I'm doing here that is another thing I'm doing here that is a little bit too much is I have too many stocks to look at for the day, right? So I want to narrow them. You can see I've kind of organized them here. And I want to narrow them to Tesla, Amazon, Palantir, Nvidia, Apple, maybe SMCI. I don't like trading SMCI because SMCI just, but maybe Tesla, you can make a lot of money on Tesla if you can just trade Tesla right. Tesla makes so much money. So, so those are the ones, right? So if once I have my watch list here, honestly, if I want to change that, I can do that here. So if I just want to keep track of 4 of them, I can use this tab.
What
Oh,
platform is this? Oh, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
so
yeah,
I can
yeah.
use this tab. So on here, and this is how I should be trading really. On here, I'll
right.
put Tesla. So you're right. So I can see the trading pattern for the market on here. I can put Amazon on here. I can put Nvidia, and on here I can put Apple. And if I want, I can even do 6, but obviously my screen is very small.
Yeah.
So I can open trading view. So this trading view, I can open another one.
Trading view. Okay.
Trading view,
Do
that's the platform I'm using. It's very good. I recommend it. Highly recommend it.
How do you
all right.
kind of, what time is your stand up at work? How are you able to like kind of,
My stand-up is at 9:32, but I I just when I give my update, right? The good thing is my own strategy. I'm not trading between 9:30 and 9:45. I don't trade. I wait. I wait for because between 9:30 and 9:45, everything is moving so fast. So I wait. That's the strategy. Some people, that's when they make their trade. But for me, 9:30 to 9:45, I wait. Once
It's
the market,
options, right?
just
It's
making any type of trade, I wait.
oh, okay. All right.
So
Anything.
whether
All
it's
right.
buying shares or buying options, I wait. So once my 9:30 to 9:45 is over, then on the next candle is where I monitor it. Then based on what the next candle does, that's when I know whether I'm buying something or not.
Yeah.
So you
Are
can
you
see like some of the moves, like look at Tesla yesterday, right? It made a move between 9:30 and 9:45. Like some people probably made money then it pulled back here. And at this time, this is 10:45. So you can still make a trade here and make money here. So when Tesla pulled all the way to 236, and each of this line you are saying means something, right? So if I was looking at this yesterday, by the time Tesla pulled all the way past this line and this line, now it is just free falling. At some point, it will stop because all the levels that Tesla is supposed to reach, it has reached the level. So the chances of it, if I want to see the next level, I'll have to go to the last, keep going back in price. And you can see for the past couple of days, Tesla hasn't even got to fall to this level. So once you see it fall to this level and you're looking back and you don't see any level where in the past, look, past couple of, the last time Tesla was at this level was at this time, this date, around March 25th, right? So at this point, it makes sense to buy it here because once Tesla was at around 336, if you enter here and you sell here, right? Um, 336 and went from 336 to 349. That's how you make money. But on a day like yesterday, for someone like me, is easy to say now, but looking at the chart, you can see it from, but on a day like yesterday, since my stuff didn't give me a signal to buy Tesla, because it didn't do the conditions that I'm looking for that will tell me whether it's going up for the day and going down for the day, didn't happen. So you can see Tesla didn't really go up yesterday or go down. It's just kind of like trading sideways. But if you are so focused on making a trade for the day, then this is how you would have to trade it. You would have to wait for it to pull back, then enter when it pulled back, and once it goes up, you sell. And that's how you make money. But on a day where Tesla is going to be bullish, where it is just going to keep going up, it is going to give me the signal and I'm going to be able to trade it. Because that's what I did this week. I've done it twice using this thing anyway. I made money from it. So yeah, so you can have it open and you can set another four views and you can put whatever four stocks you want and you can put that on your other screen. So that way you monitoring on two screens, right? So like I was saying, the red candle is the bottom of the candle, the top of the candle is in that time frame. You can use any time frame you want. I'm using 15 minutes, right? In that time frame, and put it back to one. In that time frame, right? The top of the red candle is where the price open, and the bottom of the candle is where the price close. So you now see the line you guys see sticking up, the lines you guys see on each candle sticking up. In that time frame, the top is how high that price went, and the bottom is how low it went. So it's the high and the low. Does that make sense? So vice versa for the green candle, in that 15 minutes time frame, meaning that when this 15-minute counter started for this time, the bottom is where the price started, where the price opened, and the top is where the price closed in that 15 minutes. And the top and the bottom is how high and how low it went in that 15-minute period. And the green things you guys are seeing here, these are the volumes. So this, so here you will see the volume will be on this left side, the volume, it will be telling you how many volume he had in that 15 minutes period. So if the candle is green, I mean the bar is green, that means people are buying more in that 15 minutes. And if the candle is red, it means people are selling. So if it's green, there's more buying pressure, and if it is red, there's more selling pressure. So those are kind of like some of the basics of it, right? Then once you understand the basics, there are certain things you can look for when those things happen that will kind of give you indication that the stock might move this way. So those are the things I'm learning. So once I learn those things, and I now told ChatGPT to write a code for me to look for those things. So I don't have to go on each stock and keep looking for it. I can, like you said, Ahmed, I can have four of my views open, and I can just look at it. Once um the conditions I met, the code will give me uh will print something on the screen for me to see. You can see in Microsoft it printed this. This is what it will print for me.
This is insane. There is something like this in crypto. For instance, Binance. If you there's some, I think they call it auto trade. It's like some AI software installed, but they charge you by a certain percentage. But what you're doing here is like your own kind of logic, right? And that's cool.
Yeah.
You literally get charged for this when you're using maybe a marketplace AI or something. So this makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a second. Yeah. So it's based on the things that I'm learning. One day I was sitting there at 3 a.m. and I was just like, man, I need to learn because my strategy in the past is I bought all my long-term options that I have now. I'm losing money on all of them but the good thing is when I buy long-term options, I buy like 2 years. So there's a good chance that the market is still going to go, the market will go back up. But in this next 2 years, the market will go back up. So I'm not really worried about my those options now because I know the market will do well.
Do
So
you dollar cost average based on the situation now?
yes, I can. Yes, I can. And that's exactly what I should. But when there's no cash for me to dollar cost average because at the time where I was buying them, I thought I was buying them at the bottom. Now that Trump, uh, President Trump is adding other stuff to the market with the tariff,
Tariff, yeah.
is affecting the market where it's even crashing. So how the market is crashing now, that is not normal. On when everything when everything is stabilized, right? Um, you're not going to see stuff like that, right? It's not the market is not going to crash, and I can show you guys on this thing. The market is not going to crash just like it's not going to crash like that. So what's happening is unusual. So and the way you guys have to look at it is this is also an opportunity to become a millionaire. So what you can do right now is if you have cash, just get your cash ready, put it on the side. Um, um, just be informed. For me, I use a lot of stuff, and I can show you some of the stuff that I use. I use a lot of stuff. I use Yahoo Finance. I'll show you guys all that stuff. Just a second. I'm coming. A second. I'm trying to set something up.
What day you say you plan on starting this?
I already started it, but I'm trading by myself now to kind of like work. Just my goal is to consistently make profit from it, like trade
Hmm.
and make profit from it. Once I do that, I'm going to just start a meeting every morning. And if you guys want to trade with me, you can just
Yes,
join.
please. Yeah.
Do
Um,
do we have to set up the platform for it? We
yeah,
might well just set it up now then, huh?
you have to have a trading account. Yeah, you have to have a
Okay.
trading. You have to have a trading account. So yeah, so once you have a trading account, you can trade. So
Okay.
because I'm not gonna be making trade, but if you guys want me to show you how to set up your account and all that stuff, we can schedule some meeting and I'll show you all that stuff. How to set up your account and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
um yeah, um yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah.
You wanted
So,
to set up, yeah, sorry.
oh, what was it? I forgot what I was about to show
You
you.
wanted to show us Yahoo Finance and stuff like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we
Yeah.
yeah, Yahoo
So
Finance.
so so what is happening in the market is not really usual. Look at all these things. This is Friday. Stuff is down 7%, 11%. This is not usual, right? On any good market day, stocks are usually down 2%, 2 to 4%. If it is terrible for the day, it will be 4 to 6. But on the average, they will be like 2. So on Friday, this is down like stock is down like 7 to 10, 11%. And but this is Friday, and on Thursday it was even worse than that. So we had like 2 days in a row where everything was just crashing. Then leading up to this point, that was when President Trump announced all these things that the stock market was even going down already. So that was why before President Trump announced the news on when was it, Wednesday,
Yeah.
I didn't buy puts because my thought was like, oh, the market has already been beaten down so bad, right? That I don't see it going down even more. So I didn't even try to make any trade. And plus now I like my strategy instead of me making a trade the day before. Since I don't know what tomorrow is going to be like, I like to wait till the day starts the next day before I make my trade. So I wait till the next day, right? So like I was saying, yes, right. Now that the market has been beaten down so bad, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of 2022. 2022, that was the last time the market was this bad. And guess what happened right after that? Whenever the market was recovering, a lot of people became millionaires. So now that the market is so bad that this will be the time where people like us that we are not seasoned traders. We try to make money. We see it as a bad thing and we start running from the market. But this is actually the time to go full head on in the market. But you just have to be smart about it and you have to have your own strategy, right? A good stock that I like right now is Amazon, right? A good stock I like is Amazon, right? I started trading Amazon. I've lost a lot of money on this Amazon contract. And it's only because Trump is doing all this tariff thing. That's the only reason why my strategy is not that's the only reason why my strategy is not coming into play, right? Because again, the the Amazon has come down so much from when I bought it, but on under normal market condition, Amazon would have gone back to that price. But since the market is crashing, it just keeps crashing. So there's a good chance I'm going to lose that money. There's a lot of money. But that's what I'm telling you guys. Now that Amazon is here, Amazon dropped from around 240 when I first initially bought it, that contract. Amazon was like around 230 then, right? So Amazon has dropped from 240 to now 171. Amazon at 171 is very cheap. It doesn't even make sense for Amazon to be at 171, right? So that's how people that's how people make money and they are rich. So you keep your eyes on Amazon, you you figure out when it will start to go back up, like start to reverse and go when the market starts recovering. And if you can just be in the right place at the right time, that's how people make money, honestly. The same with Nvidia. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia is under $100. That is super cheap. It is all the stocks are discount right now. It's like Black Friday. All right. Even Tesla. But Tesla is very volatile. Tesla will go up and it will come down, will go up and it will come down. So, but just on Tesla, Amazon, Nvidia alone, you can make millions. You can be a millionaire just off this ones. Because once the market is going to recover, it always does. When it comes down like this, it will recover. It might even recover even much better than it did before. And when it does, that's how you make money. Just a second. Someone's calling me on 10. Let me just message him.
Questions, things, can I? Have you done right? Better. We're really enjoying themselves. We had a great time.
Yeah, um so that's how the market is. So for me, the ones that I'm watching is really these three. That's why I've organized it here. Really these three: Tesla, Amazon, Nvidia, and next on my list is Palantir. And really, the other ones they can all go because I really don't. But these three stocks, trust me, you can make a lot of money on them. A lot of money, especially now that they are at a discount. So so that's how you keep an eye on them. But for the news, if you want to get news, I used to subscribe to a lot of stuff, but I've since limited to one. Um, so you guys can sign up for Yahoo Finance. So you can sign up for Yahoo Finance, right? On their page, they have a free thing, but I subscribe to it. You can see I have a gold membership, right? Here, you get a bunch of news article. Like and then their news article comes from also different source too. You can see here this one is coming from this article they posted is from Investopedia. Um, this one is from Bloomberg, right? You get a lot of articles that are just keeping you update on the market, right? You can really use those information to make decision on whether you think the market is going this way or the market is going that way. Um, so this is how I another another tool that I use, right? And if you have Yahoo's Gold, one thing they do have that I like is um you can if you they have this tool called investment idea, and in the investment ideas you have the so I can filter it by my watch list. So I have my own watch list, right? I'll filter it by my watch list, and I'll filter it by midterm and long term. No. Well, maybe if I don't really do the long term, let me do short term, midterm and short term. Right. So based on this, right, it is showing that these stocks. So it was just saying that based on what they see, these stocks are forming this pattern, meaning that they are probably going to go down some more. So here it is predicting that Nvidia might go all the way to $89, right? And look at when they posted it. This idea was generated March 26. Is this idea was generated March 26, right? So let's look here. Um, um, stop. So March 26, let me just go 1 month. March 26 is here. At that time, NVIDIA was at 113. So when NVIDIA was at 113, they generated this thing that predicted that NVIDIA is going to be at 89. So right now, NVIDIA is at 94. So it has gone down a lot by a whole lot since they predicted it. So they did the same thing for this, right? February 19, they predicted that this is going to go to $20. Right now, it is at 16. And if you go and look at that stock, where is that stock? Or I think it's Rocket Lab stock, right? And whenever they predicted it was February 19th. So you go back 6 months. January, February 19th is right here. February 19th, that stock was $25 at that time. And right now it is 16. So I've sometimes this their thing works. You just don't know when it's going to happen. So if you are buying options on it, you don't know when it is going to start to drop. So you have to buy, and they tell you here, like if you were to click on it, right, it would tell you. So the period where they estimate this thing will happen is between 6 weeks and 9 months. So when you are buying options, you have to buy something like 6 weeks over all the way to 9 months, because you just don't know when it's going to happen and you don't want your options to expire. So this is another tool I use. But I think if I click on the long-term one, in the long run, Amazon is going to do well. You can see here, in the long run, they are predicting that Amazon is going to be at 270. Right now, Amazon is at 171. And the long term is 9 months plus. So if you're buying a contract, you would have to buy like a 1 year contract and more. So those are some of the strategies that I use, but the new one that I'm using now is day trading the market, and it's just me learning how to read the candlesticks. So once I consistently test it and it works, trust me, I'll definitely let you guys know, and I'll start the link so you guys can join, and we can just day trade together. I did make some money this week, but then even the trade that I lost money on, it was just because I wasn't patient enough. I didn't follow the rules that I was supposed to follow. Then when I was losing money on it, I sold it too soon because it did recover later on during the day. So if I would have left it, I would have made money on it too. So, but yes, day trading the market, that's really how you make money, honestly. So for now. So
Yeah.
you guys just let me know if there's anything specific you want to learn. Then I'm still learning myself, but so far what I'm doing, it does work. So I have all the other I don't know if I still have those screenshots because I think I deleted them. Let me see this one. I think I deleted it. Most of it I deleted it. Yeah. Yeah, I deleted most of it. So I have screenshot of in the past where the code that I wrote here, when it did alert me, and at the end of the day, you will see how the price actually did. And it did exactly what I wanted it to do. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know why we started with stock today. But does anyone have any question? It doesn't have to be about stock. Let's just. So Ahmed, you doing that so that's your crypto stuff, right? Remember
Yeah.
I told you you can't leave your money in it. You can't leave your money in it. So
I watched how everything was dipping, and it's long
yeah,
term. So I was hoping, well, just like you said, you're doing your own stock for like 2 years. For this one, I'm doing, well, however long it takes. But the way it's going right now, it's just fingers crossed at this point. So I guess I'll start working on looking into stock. My hope in crypto is still alive, but obviously it's not going to be as much as I'll put money like this anymore. So I will kind of convert all my assets, almost a decent amount to stock now that things are kind of down. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is strategy next. Actually, I'm learning my lessons.
Yeah, I think you should do stock, honestly. So you'll make more money in stock, and stock is not as volatile as crypto. And stock, um, for me, stock just makes sense. And I really just don't understand crypto. That's why I don't, um, I, I don't understand it. And even Bitcoin is the only thing that seems to make sense to me, right? And it's too expensive. I mean, like, what would Bitcoin have to go to for someone like if I jump in now to make money, right? So it doesn't even make sense to buy Bitcoin at the level that it is at now, right? For someone like me, I'm not talking about people that have but for stock, you can make money. I'm telling you, just monitor Nvidia, Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, Amazon, Nvidia, Palantir. They are they are this stock are at a discount now that once all this tariff thing is clears out of the way and the market is just normal, where you can just trade, there is no news affecting the market, they will pump. Because look at Amazon right now. There is nothing business wise, Amazon is making money, but there is nothing affecting Amazon for Amazon stock price to keep dropping like that. But since market is dropping, Amazon is just dropping with it, and there is and once the market is stable, trust me, it is going to go back up for sure. I have a lot of contract. I have some contract on Amazon. I have some contract that expires in a year. I have one that expires in a couple of months, and I have some that even expires in a couple of weeks. The one that is expiring in a couple of weeks, that's the one I bought when Amazon was at 240, and it keeps going down, it keeps going down, and I just keep buying more of it because I just didn't think the market is going to, this tariff thing is going to happen. Now on that trade alone, I mean, like, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. On that, the Amazon one that I bought when it was 240 and I kept averaging down, that one I'm losing like 30,000 on it already. But it's fine. Even if I lose it, it's fine because trust me, when it starts to go back up, I know I'm going to make that money back. I will. So so really, for me, stocks just is the best way to go. And right now, Nvidia is at a discount. So if even if you want to do it right, you see how Nvidia is at 94, buy a $95 strike price and buy Nvidia for 2 years. Buy a 2-year contract, Nvidia at Nvidia at 94, and I can show you in Yahoo Finance here. And Nvidia. You want to talk about how to turn?
Hello, Agnes.
Hello.
Yeah, I got a question about a class.
Yeah, just a second.
Sorry for interrupting you.
No
Yeah.
problem. Just a second. All right. So if you pick oh wait, 2025, just pick December 2027, right? And Nvidia is at $95 now, right here, right? So if you buy this contract, one contract is going to cost you $3,000, right? About 3,300. I guarantee you that by that 2 years, you can turn this 3,000 to probably like 20,000 or more, for sure. Because Nvidia is super cheap. Nvidia is not gonna go down. Nvidia is not going to drop past even though it's down now, is this is a discount. Like you buy this now, that's how people make money, honestly. So anyway, so well, go ahead with your question. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Aziz. Yeah, yeah, I get the picture now. Yeah, obviously we'll keep in touch on this. So
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to know which ones to buy, I'll say this is the best time to buy. This is the best time. So maybe the strategy you can use is whatever cash you have, use half of it to buy now. And if the market keeps going down, then you average down and you buy more.
Right.
But this is the best time to buy. Amazon under 200 is definitely a buy. Nvidia under $100 is definitely a buy. Even if you don't buy anything, I'll buy those two things. Do you guys even know Amazon is bidding to buy TikTok because US is pressuring TikTok to sell their US branch or whatever, or else they'll get banned. Amazon is trying to buy it, is one of the companies that's bidding to buy it. So Amazon is definitely a good company, and there's nothing business-wise that is affecting their stock price other than market sentiment. So Amazon at this price is a good buy, really, really good buy. If I had cash, I would buy it. But since I already used all my cash to buy it, now I just have to wait to go back up. All right. Well, I think someone has asked questions, so let's just switch to. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, I'm working on the host the dynamic application of Kubernetes and EKS.
Yeah.
So I reach mm, the deployments. So I think there's error in the scripts, I mean the comments. Because I see on a lot of people comment on it, but you never give answer. And I'm running into the same, yeah. I'm running into the same error people run into.
What error are you running into?
Okay, let me see if I can share my screen with you. Yeah, sorry about that. My computer is a little bit old, so okay. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I reached this side, naming the namespace, and it's keep asking me. I mean, it's keep saying, you must log into into the server.
Okay. So that's not the script. That's not the script error. So the error is not coming from the script. It means
Okay.
that you need to. So when you run the previous commands, did those command work? Did you confirm that the command executed successfully?
Yeah, you mean this one, right?
So scroll up.
Yeah.
All right.
How this
Start
work?
start by run the first one again.
The variables?
Start Yeah, run the variables and run those.
Start. I did all this yesterday. Though you want me to start over?
Yeah, if you run them again, I don't think it's going to hurt anything. So I just
Okay.
want to see. All right. Um, okay. That's just to verify. All right. Okay. Then go to the next one. Okay. So you
Oh,
get an error on the namespace, right?
yes.
So have you type AWS S3 LS? Let me see something. AWS S3 LS. Okay. So in this account, you only have one bucket in there.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the same account you are using to for your project. So the only other thing is go to your Kubernetes cluster. I think you need to the issue is run that command again. Let me see
Which
the
one?
error.
This
The
one?
the one you were having issues with, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So go into your AWS console. Hello, Adex. Celebrity conductor. Good evening. No, I think his variable is right. I think I know what the issue is. His variable is right. I think his cluster does not have access to his IP address. I think that's the issue. Good evening, Aziz. How are you? ATA, good evening. Hi, Gia, good evening. You said you have AWS but no job so far. You mean that you have experience in AWS. So where have you been? You're based in US and Maryland. Oh, okay. Um, so how is your skill set? Do you you have the SATs, right? The SATs alone is not enough to get a job. So what SATs do you have? All right. Um, so okay. So go to I think it will be in your cluster. Go to access, the access tab. Yeah, it's right next to your add-on. You were just on the add-on tab. You see the access tab next to it,
Okay.
right? Scroll down. It's not on. Probably not here. Scroll up a little bit. Scroll up. Where is that thing at? I was. Let me just check my message with Matt, because Matt had the same issue, and had the same issue, but it's not the script. The script is working 100% fine. I can guarantee that. It's just something you were supposed to set up
Okay.
that you probably missed. I was helping Matt with it. Just a second.
I think it was his SQL files that he didn't migrate over.
Um, mm, yeah, not that. Yeah, but this issue is not that one. This
Oh,
one has to do with is EKS cluster. So, uh, let's just go on that network and I'll find it. Is on one of this thing. It's right there. Uh, right. So you see on that network is on that network, and so click the manage. Right. Manage endpoint access. Then uh, do the drop down on advanced. Let me see. Okay. So let's leave this here. Can you open like an EC2 tab, and try to go and create any security group, then get the IP address. I want to verify something.
Okay.
All right. So this is 146, 55, 40. So what's the other one? Is it the same?
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay. Um, all right. Cancel. Go back to that your terminal again. Let me see that error again. But it has to
Oh,
do
okay.
with so
You say
so
you must
next
log
thing
in.
you must be logged into your unauthorized. So you see the issue you're having, it's not like your command is not running, right?
Okay.
It's that you're having unauthorized issue. So then
Okay.
the only other thing I can check is the credentials you are using, does it have access to um do these things, right? So if you just have to so let's do something. Go into your
Aziz, it might be his AWS config. Might not have access.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I want to check. Go into your IAM. Let's just create another IAM user, or or update your or update one of your credentials for. So the command is running, is just that is saying you don't have authorized access to this app.
Yeah. I trying to send it to ChatGPT yesterday, but
It's not gonna be
it
able to give you like the right,
yeah, it was
because it
you
wouldn't
say
know all the conditions. Um,
yeah. What you want
all
me
right.
to do again?
Go into your users. So that cloud project user,
Mhm.
just yeah, select it and create security credentials tab, and go to your access key and remove it.
Remove the access key.
Yeah, remove it and recreate it. Mr. Adewale, I'm teaching AWS. But yes, I do teach them all the things they need to know about AWS, not just part of it. So pretty much whatever you need to know to work as an AWS engineer, that's what I'm teaching them.
So you want me to delete this one and create a new one, right?
Yeah, delete it. Aro, what type of certifications do you have? Do you have, you said you have cloud practitioner. Oh yeah, you can get a job with just cloud practitioner. The, is way more than that. Cloud practitioner is just like scratching the surface. That's just like an introductory to cloud. So you have to know a whole lot more than that. And even beyond certifications, you have to have, yes, just create your CLI. Create your CLI. Even beyond certification, you have to have hands-on experience, which is like kind of like the project he's working on now. You have to know a whole lot. You have to know AWS. So stay on this page, but
Yeah.
don't stop sharing your screen, right?
Yeah.
Then run AWS configure. Then run AWS configure, add your access key, secret access key. Make sure for the region, you also add the region where you are, uh, the region for your project, because I want to expose your access key. So stop sharing your screen, just run AWS configure, enter your access key, secret access key, your region, and the output can just press enter on that one. Then you can share
So
your
you want
screen.
me to do it on a PowerShell?
Yeah, you can do it anywhere, and just you run it in your terminal. So you can run it in PowerShell anywhere. But yes, use PowerShell. But I don't want you to be confused about it though, right? You use your terminal to run it. You can use any terminal on your computer.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Arrow, yes, you need more than cloud practitioner. Cloud practitioner is just an introductory to cloud, right? Even if you have solutions architect associate, you need more than that. Really, what you will need is hands-on experience, work on a lot of projects um, that helps you develop your skills. So some of the skills you need to have before you even start looking for work is um, AWS experience, being able to explain the services AWS offer and what those services are and what you can use them for. Then you need to understand how to automate a lot of things. So you need to understand how to automate a lot of things in the class. So that involves um, understanding Terraform, Ansible, Docker, uh, Kubernetes, CI/CD, uh, CLI. So there's a lot of stuff you have to understand. Trust me, it is more than just getting a certification.
Hey, Z, have you ever heard of this app called Make.com where you can automate your your resume and have it going out to different, it's a template where you can have it going out to different companies where it's already automated. Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah, I've heard of something like that, but not this particular one, but I've heard of something similar that can apply to jobs for you.
Yeah, what you heard of? What you heard of? What other one you heard of? Because I was thinking about
I
doing.
don't remember the exact name, but I'm talking about I've heard of the framework of there's something out there that can automatically apply to jobs for you.
I
Yeah,
was
but
thinking I was thinking, can we just build our own make.com and have it automated as well so we don't have to use the template? Because I'm trying to like do like a cost efficient kind of thing. Because I think they little template is like $18, $19. But I was trying to build a website on my own and I couldn't find no kind of resources for it.
that's going to cost, that's going to take a lot of time and effort, right? So
Right.
how are you going to get your code to connect with all the job forms out that are out there and be able to find the specific one? And that's not an easy task to do,
All
right?
right.
Because you have to be able to find all the applications that are online, then filter those applications to if they fit your resume, then have to then you have to apply to the job. Your code has to be able to do a lot, and that's not someone that has a service like that is not something that we can just write the code just like that. That's like a full app right there.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, there are people, I've heard people you can hire someone on. So the first time I heard about it, the guy hired someone on Fiverr that had a code that automatically applied to jobs for him. So yeah,
On Fiverr
Fiverr,
or LinkedIn?
Fiverr. Have you ever heard of Fiverr?
I never heard of Fiverr.
Yeah, it's five. Like letter five.
Oh, oh,
No,
five.
I
Okay.
said letter number five, right? Number five, right? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
if you add ER to a Fiverr,
Fiverr.
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
So it's supposed to be like everything on the site is it's like five and below. It's like supposed to be cheap, right? But
Okay.
it's like a site you can go on. There are a lot of people with different skills that are offering their skills, and you can hire them to do certain things for you. So I'm sure the stuff that's where the guy found the guy that did the code thing for him.
Okay,
Oh,
Aziz, I do the AWS configure already.
All
So
right.
what's gonna be next?
Share your screen back. Make sure your access key is not showing though before you share your screen.
Yeah. You want me to share you the PowerShell too so I can clear it up before?
Clear your PowerShell. Just
Okay.
close your PowerShell. Close your PowerShell. We don't
Okay.
need it now. Close it and just open another one. But that page you were in, where we were running the command, that one is fine.
Okay.
Adewale, if you want to start, I can show you how to start. I'll just send you the email of things you need to start. Yeah, so yes, so Arrow, it doesn't, so when you are a cloud engineer and DevOps engineer, it's the same thing. So even as a cloud engineer, they make you have to understand the DevOps tools. So cloud work is not nothing is done manually. Even if you are a cloud engineer, you still have to understand how to use Terraform, AWS CLI, and things like that. So that is why it is important to just learn the DevOps tools when you are learning.
Aziz, I have a question. Not pretend to this one though, a really quick question. So all the scripts you'll be giving us, like to deploy the service provider class, the deployment, the service here, all those stuff, are we gonna be writing ourselves or they're gonna provide it for us?
You're going to be writing it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. So which is why when so one thing I always preach is
Mhm.
understanding the concept is what matters, not the command, right? Or the script you are running. What are you trying to do, right? So if you understand what you are trying to do, a lot of this script, I either get ChatGPT to generate it for me, or I find it online, or I find it in the documentation, right? So but don't worry about the script. That will come with experience, right? But the main thing I want you to focus on while you are going is just on the concept. Like what are you trying to do, right? If you understand what you are trying to do, then you can find the command to do it. But it will make sense at some point. So run AWS S3 LS again in your terminal there. All right. Um, Now try to run that namespace command again. If not, we'll probably just have to delete your cluster and start all over again.
I see on the comment side, a lot of people have the same issue I'm having.
But yes, that is because they probably did the same thing you did, right? So something is wrong in there, but it's not the script. I promise you that. Matt
Yeah,
had the same issue, and he just finished the project last week, right?
okay.
So it's not the script,
Yeah, it keeps saying
right?
it must be login.
You must be logged into the server. Okay. So let's just delete your cluster, right? Your cluster and just recreate it. So go to your console. Um, Show me that error one more time. Let me just I want to take a screenshot of it uh and I'll just check real quick. Just a second. Yeah. I really think it's from just a second. Let me ask Lord here. Error and
You take
that's what
this
I'm
people?
saying is it has to do with your CLI. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What region are you using? What region?
US West one,
Is
California
that is
side.
that is that the same region that your cluster is in?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see?
Let me see. Right here.
Yeah, because that stuff has to do with like your US West one. Okay, just a second. Um, let me. There's probably something in your .aws CLI. I may have to just see it, then you can delete it again and redo it. Just a second. I want to check something though. All right. Can you go into your home directory and just open your config file, not your credentials file, your config file. No, don't do it that way. Just do it from just your file explorer.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Where you want me to go again?
Your home directory. So go to your C drive. So
Yeah,
your
I'm
dot
on
your dot AWS.
AWS.
Mm-hmm. Open that config file. And also open with Notepad. Right. So open your credentials too, but you will have to recreate it again. You will have to delete and recreate it again. I just want to see something in that file, which probably was causing the issue. All right. No, nothing is there. Okay. Close it. All right. Close it, right? So you can close this. No, just go back. No, don't close it. Go back one level. Go back one level. Delete that .aws folder. Yeah. All right. Now go to your IAM, delete that access key and recreate it again. Then you can reconfigure. Yeah, Noble is using just the regular default credentials, right?
You see, right here it said global though. I know when we hear it
Uh,
doesn't choose you.
yeah, that's because of you are on IAM. IAM is global.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so Noble is just using the default one, so you shouldn't need a session token for it. That I don't think that's the issue why the CLI thing is not working for his Kubernetes. All right,
Aziz, do you think it has anything to do with the access to his the secrets that he's put?
No, because he's still right now he's just trying to connect to his cluster. He's trying to connect to his EKS cluster and he's getting that. So he's having that issue. So right now it's just even connecting to his EKS cluster and creating the namespace on it. So there's something wrong somewhere I'm almost certain that the configuration is from his end, right? So I just have to figure out where there is like a misconfiguration. So that's why I'm trying to. The first one I checked was his IP. Normally, when people have that issue, it's not the IP. So did you create another? Yes, you did. Sorry. So normally
But
when
this
people
it was displayed, so I don't know if he has to create another one.
No, you can
was
create it when he's
was
done. Just use
was
that
it
person and then
was it displayed?
Yeah. The
yeah, yeah.
access
But
key
you
and
can
the
create that
secret
one.
access key.
You can remove that when he's
Yeah,
done.
I closed that one. I already create a new one.
You do another one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just create a new one.
Yeah.
So you want me to do AWS config again, right?
Do AWS configure, right? Then enter your access key, your secret access key, your region. For
Yeah.
for the output, don't put anything, just press enter. Because I saw clear in the thing. I don't know, maybe that's what's causing the issue too. So don't put anything,
Okay.
just when you get the output, just press enter.
Okay.
Is it still up on YouTube? Is looking like a real world scenario. Way to go. Yes, the project that was the one we did, the AI project that we compared the two stocks. Yeah, it's still on YouTube. Just type AOS Nodes AI project. You'll see it there. It will come up. It's still there. Because funny thing is, someone asked me for the same link yesterday, and I sent the link to them. So it's there. You're welcome. Oh, baby Duru, thank you so much. Oh wow. You don't have to give me back what I gave you. Please, please. But thank you. I appreciate it though. Because I feel like I'm probably gonna end up on your side and give it back to you anyway. So we don't have to keep wasting coins. But thank you though. I really appreciate it. Sorry,
So you said
someone.
the default outputs not put anything, just
Yeah, don't put anything, just press enter.
okay. Go back to the terminal again at the Visual Studio Code.
Yeah, so close your terminal and open Visual Studio Code where we were running that command.
Okay, let me share my screen then.
Thank you. I know. Thank you. And I really appreciate it. Thank you. Arrow, how much is it? It is, so I have it just depends on which one you're trying to get, but for 1 year it is $4.99. But sometimes I have like discounts, so sometimes it's even $3.99 for 1 year. All right.
Also, Doji, yeah? Can you
Yep.
close the terminal and restart it again?
Close the whole
That's
terminal, restart again.
that's also a good idea. So you see over here. No, don't do that. Don't do that. So you see the
Oh, kill
trash
over
can.
here.
Yeah, the trash can. The trash
Okay,
can.
okay.
Like that's how you properly kill your terminal. Yeah. Press that other one too, the last trash can to kill that one. All right, then now open it again. Thank you, baby Duro. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
So you want me to start over or just start with the namespace?
You can start with the namespace. So run that namespace.
No, Aziz, he has to run the credentials again because it's closed that terminal, doesn't he?
No, it's still whatever you configured there will still be there.
All right.
I mean,
Okay,
but
you know what? Run that yeah, run those
variable again.
yeah, run the variables again. All right, press enter. Just a second, right? So don't scroll yet. Just I want to check something. AWS update config cluster name and your region. So yes, we have region. We have cluster name. Yeah, so it did update it, right? So you can see here, EKS West 1. So that part did work. It updates your thing. Okay, go ahead. So run the next one. All right, so that is working. All right. So this one is supposed to set your your Kubernetes command line to your current cluster. So that way, any command you run it on that cluster. So run this one. Okay. Here's West 1. So now it is here.
Run there.
Okay. Run that. All right, and now run that. So if this doesn't work, it was probably just going to be your cluster itself. We'll just delete it and recreate it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you must
So
log into the server.
all right. So yeah, let's just delete go into that account and show me your S3. Let me see something.
S3.
Mm-hmm. That's weird. So I really don't like this Kubernetes project because it's always one thing after the other. All right. Yeah, it's the same account. Let's delete your cluster and just recreate it. Check. Do you have the node in it already? Right. If you have the node in it, you have to delete that.
Yeah, I have.
Right. So delete the node first. So be under compute.
To be able to complete, yeah. I already put a node there.
Yeah, select that node. Hmm. No, I think it's go back. Go back. I think it should probably be under it. Then you see you should see the node by itself. Then you should be able to delete it.
Oh,
All right, so compute under it. Right there.
oh, okay.
No, that's your yes, yeah, that
Okay.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
check
this one.
that. Check that. Yeah, click that, and you should click delete. All right. So
Delete the cluster himself, right?
so the command you were yes, I think you have to wait for that node to be done before you
If
can
okay.
delete.
I
So
mean, it said
the command you were running, right? Let
mm-hmm.
me see. Let me just verify that everything is yeah, go to that. So scroll up. US West one, that's your cluster, that's your account ID. Um so go into like your it doesn't even matter. I know it has to do with your all right, what about your VPC and all that stuff? So is any of those set up? Let me check your VPC.
Yeah, I got my VPC set up. You want me to open it?
Just click on um yeah, no, click on yeah, open it. Then click on it's already the resource map. So scroll down on that resource map and pull it to the right a little bit. Okay. All right. Select the first one.
Which one? This one?
The route table, the private route table.
Oh, okay.
No, not that one. The one that says
Oh, the
private
private.
route.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So that is connected to your private app subnet, private data subnet. Okay. And let me scroll to the right a little bit so I can see. Scroll to the right. Right. And that's going to your night gateway. Okay, good. Then do your public one too. Yeah, I think that one is right too. Okay. Connected to your internet gateway. All right. Yeah, it looks right. All right, let's just delete your cluster and redo it. So that
Oh,
might solve the issue. Because you guys were here last week, Bart ran the same command and it worked. Wasn't it last week or the week before last week? One of those two. So, and he was having
Yeah.
the same issues. He was having the same issue too. So I just think the issue, I would just need to find somewhere in your.
I think Matt's issue was about not having loaded his SQL file properly.
Yes, before that, the issue he was having that he posted in the chat before that was this same issue.
Okay.
And his was his CLI credentials, which yeah, so we have to wait for the node group to be fully deleted. Sometimes it takes time to delete it. So in that insight, can you click on it? I want to see what that error is.
which error?
So you
Over
see,
here? Right. So select that one.
All right. So it's the add-on compatibility. All right.
Yeah.
So we'll just when we recreate it, we just have to make sure we account for that. So you see, you can see there's also an error here. That could also be part of the reason why that you're getting that issue
Okay.
because we don't want to. They shouldn't have any error at all.
Any error? Okay.
Yeah. But let me find where Matt and I were working on it last week, so I can see. So I'm going to start recording the videos back. I'm going to start recording the videos back this week. I really need to start. So the first one I'm going to do is the static website one. So once it's done, I'll post it. I'll let you guys know. Then from there we can keep going. Because I feel like I have a lot of projects I can share. Well, a lot of projects to share.
A lot of the projects we have on now, a lot of them are actually outdated because you have to do a lot of which is good. It just makes that you're actually doing the work rather than just following on the video, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, you said you was gonna do some more projects. I don't know if you got around to doing them, but
Yeah, so those projects, right? The only thing that has changed is the interface. The only one that I can say for sure that I need to update is the Kubernetes one, and that's how to create the EKS. But the AWS changed the interface. So, but as long as you
hmm hmm
but as long as you which is why I always say just try to try to focus on the concepts, right? So if you just understand what you are trying to do, really everything in there is I like how AWS interface is because it is pretty straightforward. But I'm going to start recording again and I'll just whatever needs if you guys see anything that you don't understand that you feel like I should update, just let me know. Then I'll just start taking note of it and I'll
Yeah,
update
I
it.
was
But
doing
I really do want to redo majority of it and so yeah, I'll just start recording again and just update what needs to be updated.
yeah, I
How
was
long?
doing the Docker
How
one.
long this thing take before delay?
It'll take a while.
It takes a while.
yeah,
I was doing the
yeah,
Docker one recently, and I
yeah,
know
man, you gotta be patient, bro.
I was doing the Docker projects recently, and I'd done it before, so I was doing it again, just going over it again. And I noticed that a lot of the commands that you had were depreciated. So I went into the documentation because like you had to use Linux 2 or something like that, or the latest. And in the 2023 documentation, they actually had a different the processes were less than the ones that you had.
Oh yeah, so the Docker for yes, the Docker project, that one, yes, that one needs to be updated because we are using Linux 2, but we need to use Linux 2023. So which
Yeah.
is why I said yes, that one I started updating it, but then I don't know why I never really posted it because I didn't finish. But that one I would redo that whole project. The Docker project, I'll
It
redo
was
it.
a good learning experience for me though, because I had to actually go then and go and look at the documentation and get the right things from there, and which is what you really want to be doing, really, you know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's only because I'd done it before, because I think they only recently just changed it. I think they just updated it very, very recently. Because I'd done it before and it was fine. Everything worked, but now it doesn't, it just says it's depreciated.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll definitely there's other things that I also want to do to limit the duration of the course. So I think the the videos where we are installing stuff, I think I'll just do that in a different section. Whatever we need to install, whatever we need to configure before we start the project. You just have to do all those things, make sure those things are ready. So that way when we start the project, everything is just not too long. So I think I have an idea how to do it. So that project will be redone. I'll definitely redo it for sure.
Yeah.
I just right now I've just been struggling with being the first time dad and trying to fit work into it. But
It's gonna come to you, bro. You just be patient, man. Just be patient.
yeah.
Dillian, you sound like you
So,
got experience in that.
What did you say?
Yeah.
so
You got that right.
at this,
Yeah.
so let's talk about the hold on, before this thing deleting. These scripts you gave us, I'm a little bit intrigued about it because I want to know a little bit more about it. Can you talk a little bit more about like if we want to write our own scripts?
Okay. If you want to write your own script,
Yeah.
so the writing your own script involves knowing what are you trying to do, right? That's the first question. Based on what you are trying to do,
Yeah,
then
but
that's
before that, you gotta know the tool you are using.
the tool you are using.
Yeah, the tool you wanna use. Like so in this one right now, I know it doesn't look. Is this like a bash script or what is this one?
This is a YAML file,
Okay.
right? So,
Okay.
but I explained those things in the video, right? Kubernetes, to deploy your apps on a Kubernetes cluster, you use manifest files, right? And
Yeah.
the manifest files are written in YAML, right? That's what you are saying right here,
Yeah. Okay.
right? So this is just a YAML syntax. Just like in programming, we have different type of syntax. We have different type of languages you can write your script or code in or whatever, right?
Okay.
This is YAML, right? So just kind of like look up YAML syntax and see look up YAML syntax just to get
Learn a little bit more about it.
just to learn. But so YAML syntax is just like you haven't started Terraform, right? So we have JSON, we have YAML. Those are the two main ones should be what, and we have like Bash. Those are the ones we work with as cloud engineer, right?
Okay.
So if you are deploying something in Kubernetes, um, for example, we have to deploy the app to deploy the app on the Kubernetes cluster itself. You need a deployment file. That is that deployment file you are saying,
Yeah. Okay.
right? Then to deploy to expose the app that you've configured on your Kubernetes cluster to the world, you need to deploy a service, right? That is that service file you are saying. So all these things, I read it in the Kubernetes documentation. So which is why I always say the best way, a lot of this project also pairs with the documentation. Like if you go in the documentation and you just go about how to deploy a simple app on Kubernetes cluster, in the documentation, AWS lined it up in how you can deploy it. And there you will see that you need a manifest file. So that was how I was able to figure all these things out. So really the documentation is the best place to start. So that's what these files are. It's just a Kubernetes manifest file that is required to deploy your application on the cluster.
So the manifest files always have to have deployments, how you call it again, secret provider and service, right? You need
Correct.
all those three in the manifest file.
No, you need just the deployment in the manifest file. But then the service is for, yes, you technically you need the service too if you are trying to expose the application on your cluster to the internet, right?
Okay.
The service is what will allow you to be able to go and type it in your URL, your domain name, your URL, and see the application. So that's what the service is. You don't really need the secret provider file. I'm only using the secret provider because I'm storing my secrets in Secret Manager.
Okay.
Yeah. So the main thing you need is just the deployment. to deploy your application on the cluster. Then if you want to be able to access the application you deployed on your cluster, then you need the
You
service.
need a service.
Those are the only two you need. But there's probably other ones you probably can do too. I don't know it all, but for like a basic thing, yeah, this is what you need. But the deployment is a must. You need the deployment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't really need this PS1 file, but you just have to have it's like a command you gotta put in your terminal to run the whole thing. You don't need to have it as a file, right?
th- it's not required to run your deployment if that's what you are asking, but how are you going to remember all the commands?
Comment, that's why you write it down. Okay.
So technically it is required. But I get
Okay.
what you are saying. You are trying to say like what is required to make your Kubernetes cluster work, right?
Yes.
Yes, that file is not required in terms of making your Kubernetes cluster work. The file is just a script. It's like kind of like a yes and no. The reason why we need the file is because we need to run all those commands, right? We need
Yeah.
to run those commands to deploy our cluster, our manifest file on our cluster, right? And in order for us to execute this script, because right now we are just testing it one by one, right? We are
Yes.
testing it one by one. But once you deploy one, we know your command work. The next time you do it, you don't have to run it one by one. You can just run that, execute this script, and it will run all the commands in it for you.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The reason why this is needed is because it has to be in the same directory as your deployment files for you to be able to run it. Or
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be, but it's best to put it in the same directory. So when you are running your deployment file, it will just look for it in the same directory you are running the script from. Does that make sense? So the
Yeah.
script, your question is kind of like, is needed, but it's not really needed. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I think I mean, for in my point of view, is like it's needed because since you say it's because we don't know yet, that's why we're running the script one by one. But as soon as we know the script is working, we're gonna run everything together. So I think like we need it.
Exactly. So, but that's what I'm saying. Like from a Kubernetes standpoint, right? It's not one of the file you must create for your Kubernetes
Great.
cluster to
Okay.
work.
Okay. Okay.
But
Okay.
this
I
is
see.
just your own workflow of the commands you have to run to deploy your application on the cluster, right? All this command, you can see all this command. If you try to type each and every one of it every single time, you're going to be making mistakes and you're not even going to
Yeah.
remember. So that's why I said it's also needed because you have to have a script. Everyone has a script they execute to deploy their Kubernetes cluster, right? Okay. So
Okay.
just let's delete that did you delete your cluster?
Yeah,
Delete your
the
cluster.
node is already deleted. Let me see there.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out. But I'm sure the cluster stuff works. Um, and it could be just because you're having that error in your thing.
The
That's
error
why.
in the
Yeah, that's why it is saying that is not working. Because that could be needed to create your namespace. Which is why I want to check that I want to check what we did last week. Because it should be in the playlist where Matt was creating the cluster. I want to see exactly how he did it. Dang, can you guys believe we've had more than 88 class? That's a lot.
Well, from the beginning on for this.
From the beginning of when I started this,
Oh,
uh, when I started doing like the Saturday thing. So we've met probably like more than 100 times. That's like, and it's one class per week.
I see. That's like 2 years, right?
Yeah.
You first created the
Um,
courses in 2023, right?
mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew you when you first started. You the truth, my guy.
No.
You are the truth.
It's just, so everything I do is just really based on effort, honestly. Like I'm always learning to just the same way you guys are learning, I'm always learning to, you know. So I run into when I'm working on stuff, I run into issues too, and I try to figure out what the issue is, right? So it's just always based, it's just based on effort, honestly.
I
Right.
can start creating a new one, right? I don't have to wait for this one to delete completely, right?
Because you're going to use the same name. Aren't you going to use the same name?
I mean, I was trying to change the name.
But then you have to remember to update your
Remember, I
script.
yeah, change it all in the script and everything. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. All
Hey
right.
Z, have you in the management console? Have you ever worked on a project called IoT with time stream?
No, I haven't.
Where you have to set up like the SDK, test Python topics, where you have to set up Grafana.
No, I haven't. Not
Yeah,
yet.
the only reason why I was asking it because I had just did a project um of this guy. He just I seen it on YouTube, and I seen it. It was a small little project, but it was about some time stream. I really don't. I think it's about like queries and data analysts and all that kind of good stuff. But I was just thinking if you probably did something like that before. I finished the
No.
project. I finished the project, but what me and Matt was thinking, how do you get the reference architect from uh your projects? How you get the reference architect?
I create them myself.
Oh, okay. So we can't
So,
use the your reference architects, huh?
um, what
Different
you
architects has it has the AOS it's notes.
but yeah, you can. I mean, if you guys want me to send you the file, I can send you the file. You know why I started putting that watermark on it? Because when initially when I started, now I don't know. I don't really I don't know if I should say I don't care anymore or I just don't even look for it. So in the beginning, a lot of people was using a lot of my resource to teach, and they would just present it as if it was theirs, and I didn't like that. So that was why I
Okay.
started. That's why I started putting that watermark on it. So at least you can copy it. So I don't mind if you recreate it on your own, right? So if I give you that watermark and you use draw.io to recreate it and you
Mm-hmm.
present it, I really don't mind. Like, yes, that's the goal because we all learn from somewhere. But if you take something someone else create exactly and you use it and you presenting it as if it was yours. Um, and the video I actually saw, the guy was actually teaching a class and charging people for the class. And also I've had people in the beginning join my program that came from other people's program, and how the only reason they found out about me is because they were giving them my resource to use. And they were just like, well, if we have to use this guy's resource, we might as well just reach out to them. So I've had like 3 or 4 instances of that. So that was why I started putting the watermark on it. But now do I really like look out for that? No, not really anymore. But in the beginning, yes, it used to bother me. But now I'm just over it. But if you guys want it, I can send you the original thing. If you want to remove the watermark, you can remove. But I just feel like if you use someone's resource, it doesn't cost nothing to just give them credit for it. It's something I would do every time You guys see I always recommend other people's course for you guys to take.
Yeah.
But I don't know
The
why.
service in AWS that actually draws that. If you just like click and paste, would they actually give you an architectural drawing?
Uh,
Rather than
uh,
draw,
can you repeat that again? Sorry.
any service in AWS that you can just like, on CloudFormation, right? You can just pick and there's a service there where if you want to design like a project
Yeah.
or whatever, pick it up and then
Yeah.
it does all of that for you.
Yeah, I'll show you the resource map. Yeah. 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 But I'm just like just if you're using someone's resources, the easiest way is just to give them credit for it. Okay, so let's look
I
at
got one question too, Aziz. You know, in the video, they don't have these two. I think.
all right. So for something like this, right? So you guys, this is something new. You can see right there, it says new, right?
It's in new, yeah.
So that's part of the things that when you guys are working on it is something I want you guys to pay attention to, and just that will also even help you understand it. So if you look at it here, it is saying quick configuration, right? So EKS with auto mode, and it gives you what I say is like quickly create a cluster with production grade default settings. So this is just like if you want AWS to just create the cluster for you immediately, you can use that, right? But because we want to set up our cluster a certain way, we are custom creating it. So that's why we'll click on that custom, right?
That's what I did.
So once you click on that custom, right? Let's just go down one after the one. So that one stays the same. The auto thing. Hold on. I'm trying to see if we turn it off. Turn off that auto thing.
Turn it off.
So that one is if you want the EKS automates the routine for the cluster tags, right? And it pretty much manages like a lot of stuff going on in your cluster for you. And we for what we are doing here, we don't want that. So we'll just turn it off. All right, so enter your cluster name.
I think I know where he went wrong at.
Okay, so then create your, so we're gonna do a lot of stuff. Hold on just a second. I'm trying to just a second. I'm trying to look at Matt's example because since I helped him resolve the issue last week. So all right, so I'm just trying to see exactly what we did. Because your cluster we have to create your cluster without any error. All right. So we've created that, giving your cluster a name. So for the IAM role, don't even use this one. Create the recommended role. So click create recommended role. So this is, so scroll down here. So you can see here, that's what I'm saying. AWS is they are so smart in the way they present stuff out to you. Setting up AWS service is just even very simple, right?
Yeah.
So you can see here, they already point you to a different link to create the role that you need, right? The role is for an EKS cluster. They've already even select the cluster. You can see here, AWS service, EKS service. So all you need to do here is just click next.
Yeah,
Right.
because I know we did create the role last time
Yeah, we
before.
create the role, but that was the time before they added all these things,
All
right?
this.
So now you just click next. They've even added the policy that you need there for you. So click next, give the role a name. So just call it like EKS cluster role, some whatever you want to call it. Call it anything you want. All right, cool. Then scroll down and click create role. Right. Then go back to the other tab where you were creating your cluster. Refresh. You see that circle button? No, don't refresh up there, right? Circle button. Now, if you select that drop down, you'll see it in there. All right. So when if we're doing this together, so that way when you guys are creating it, even if the screen is different, right? Just really look at each configuration that you are creating and try to understand what what um is this needed or not, right? And again, I always emphasize on why I really like AWS is because anything you are configuring, if it is not needed, AWS will tell you it is optional. So if you see anything that's optional, that means you don't even have to worry about it. But if you see that it's there and 9 out of 10 times, if it's something you need to create, AWS would not let you go to the next screen until you've add that setting. So that's something I just want to point out. So okay, now go down. I keep talking and I
Yeah.
keep missing this thing. Just a second. Let me I just want to make sure we are selecting the right settings. Okay. All right. So okay, select your
Leave it on the 31 or go to 32.
hold on. I want to see what we selected. Mm,
The latest version, I think.
so yeah, whatever click on the 32 one.
We leave this on a standard, right?
Yeah, standard, right? So I think we select the hold on. I think it's 31. Leave it on 31.
Okay.
That's the one we did last week, yesterday.
That shouldn't really be a big deal, should it? I mean, like from the 30.
I mean, yeah, not really, not really. It shouldn't be a big deal, but sometimes when something is new, okay, so leave it on standard and scroll down. So here, cluster, yeah, keep going down, keep going down. Cluster access, yeah, you select that one, right? And click next. So here, select your VPC and remove everything else and just we just need your private app subnets. All right, scroll down. For the security group, we're not going to select anything. And here, scroll down.
But on the video, did we select anything on security group or we leave it
No,
at
no,
no, it creates himself, yes.
yeah, EKS is going to create it.
Yeah.
All right, so here, you're going to click advanced settings. And you're going to get your IP address.
There you go.
Paste it there. All right, just a second. So this is the part that is very important. Let me just see. I think on this one, we're going to check all those
Yeah, I think
what
we
is it,
basically all of
API
Yeah,
thing,
we
but
check
I
all
just
of
want
them.
to
yeah.
click next. So here, just check everything and click next. And here, just scroll down.
You already choose all this for me.
Yeah, that's fine. So don't select anything. Just whatever you picked on that previous page should pre-select some stuff for you. So scroll all the way down.
Oh, okay. So next,
Uh,
right?
just a second.
Yeah, just click next.
Scroll up a little bit. Let me see something. Sorry, I was looking at a different page. Right. So yeah, just click next, then you should be done with that. All right. So ready to install. So don't change anything.
Don't change it? Okay.
Wait,
Don't
wait,
Yeah,
wait,
on the
wait,
video
just
you had latest version.
okay, just a second. Just a second. I'm trying to see what we did last week. So if we changed it, then you can change it. Okay, yeah, you can change it. Change it to latest. Change all of it to latest then. That one's already on latest. All right, can you just
So
verify?
right here, on here we don't put anything, right?
No, that one,
Okay.
I don't think we put anything there. So can you just verify one more time that all those stuff are on latest? Just one more time.
Yeah.
Please.
You
I'm
want to
just
make sure
trying.
you,
Yeah, go ahead. So just verify latest. Okay. So that one doesn't have any scroll up, right? That's just the last one. Okay. All
yeah,
right, cool.
this, yeah, that's
All right, cool. All right, the next one. All right, cool. The next one. Cool. Next one. All right. And, next. All right, cool. Next. All right, and create it. So if everything creates, right, we shouldn't have any error in there,
okay.
right? We shouldn't have, because I think that error might be the reason why your server thing is failing. So like I was saying, the question I had for you guys last week, I'm just trying to revisit it again before I start creating the video. So if for example, the Terraform code, when I get to the Terraform project, instead of like having that, instead of giving you guys the reference file where you guys have to type everything in, I'm just going to, for example, if we are creating a Terraform code for a VPC, we'll do it one at a time. So I'm not going to give you all the Terraform code at once. This is when I re-record the Terraform project. I'll just give you, for example, it will be a VPC, NAT gateway or whatever. For each one, I'm just going to explain the key things that I want to explain in it. Then I'll give you the file and you run the deployment. How do you guys feel about that as opposed to you guys having to type your own reference thing in there? Because I really don't know if I think it's the same, but you guys let me know if you prefer typing your reference in there. But maybe what I'll do is I'll do the video like that, the way I just explained, but I'll still give you the reference for those of you guys that say, okay, you know what, I just want to try to fill in the values myself. So you can use the reference to do that. What do you
There's
guys
a
think?
lot of there's a lot of muscle memory when you do it yourself. When you do it several times, then you start understanding it more because you're actually doing it yourself rather than it already. Because like I remember in the Terraform modules file project, it was already done.
Which
You
one?
already had the files already done. So
The Terraform module? No, it wasn't done.
oh, there was one. Maybe it wasn't Terraform modules. There was one of the Terraform projects anyway. The files were
Oh yeah, you're talking about the EC2 one or something like that, right?
yeah, I don't remember which one it is. And the files were already done. But I just think that from a learning perspective, it's especially for a lot of people that are just starting off, you know, what I mean, it's always better for you to actually do it yourself, go over that a few times before you then understand. Oh, when you see it the next time, it's easier for you to understand what it is.
Yeah,
Because if you're doing it for the very first time and it's already done, you know, you don't really get to grasp what each line is, basically.
true. But do you feel like it's also you guys' responsibility um to not just run the code and try to dissect it? So is providing the code doing a disservice at not is it doing a disservice as in and then what I'm trying to say is like, so is it doing a disservice in terms of that if you have the code, you just say, okay, you know what, I have it. I don't have to do this work. I just need to run it. And if it works, I'm fine with that. So whose responsibility is it? Because I feel like some people will, even though they have the code, they will still try to um,
Yeah,
reverse engineer it.
yeah, that's true. I mean, mostly it's
Yeah,
the code is just a guide for you, right?
Because the reason why I'm saying that is even if you reference the documentation, right, it will be kind of like the
Mhm.
same thing. They will provide something that you can work with, right? Granted that the documentation is not going to be exactly what you want, you still have to change some things around. So I'm just trying to, so I guess what I'm trying to figure out is the best way to be able to get the course out faster. Because doing it that way does take time. Takes a long time.
Mm. I'm just thinking from a learning perspective. You know,
True.
I think
And
that
I agree.
yeah, I
But
think that it's more, I mean, like it's easier when you've learned it and you say, all right, you know, what I mean, I know the code, I can go
mm-hmm,
back and engineer
mm-hmm,
it or whatever. But if you're just
mm-hmm,
doing it for the very first time,
mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah,
it's better for you to actually do it one step at a time.
yeah.
Even though it's longer, yeah. Well, you know, like I said, when I did the Docker one again, I've done it twice and I'm doing it the third time. When I did it the third time, I understood exactly what was going on, what happened. You know,
Mm-hmm,
obviously it's depreciated. I had to go and check the documentation. I found the right codes and I put it, and it was like I think the one you had like 26 steps. The one I did had about 13 steps or something like that. You know,
mm-hmm.
so yeah, because now I understand it. I understand exactly what I was doing. But if I hadn't done it line by line prior to that, you know, I wouldn't have understood what I needed to do.
Okay. Um, yeah. When I get there, I'll figure out the best way to do it. Maybe I'll probably just do both. So, so what if I gave you what if I gave you the working code, then I also give you the reference,
Yeah,
right?
that's fine. That's fine. I
Then
mean,
then you have the working code, but if you don't want to use it, you just use the reference. Then you have to fill in your values yourself and try to understand it. So
that's fine.
in the working code, I'll just explain, but then when you run it, use the reference and try to use the knowledge of what I've explained to see if you can fill the values in for the reference one.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'm gonna change it anyway. I'm gonna change it to how I see fit anyway. But oh yeah, that worked. That a challenge. That's a good challenge though, AZ. I ain't gonna lie. That's a good challenge. Mm,
Okay.
not bad.
Okay.
Aziz, I have a question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have any plans for um identity center? I think AWS identity center. I have a project on that. I don't know if it's something that we're trying to migrate all our identities, both human and system identities, to from the normal IAM process to identity setup,
Okay.
because it's more manageable when they are under AWS organizations. I don't know if you have
Yeah, I don't have any project on it, but
okay.
I can look in. I can, because the identity center is relatively new in AWS, right? So I can look at that. I think that should be simple to do. I mean, since it's just IAM and AWS created the identity center, they should probably have a way to migrate the user. I can do something real quick this week. So in terms of your user, you're just talking about regular IAM users. When you have IAM users, you have groups, right?
Yeah, for the
But
the identities in terms of authentication and all that, using AD, Active Directory,
oh yeah,
through
so
Azure. So
say yeah, I
mm,
won't be able to do all that stuff because I won't have
yeah,
that. I won't have that Azure part done. Like I
yeah,
don't have
but we
Azure.
yeah we can do the AWS one too. It's the same
Okay,
thing. Yeah.
okay, cool. Yeah, I can probably look into it this week and see.
Okay.
That's actually gonna be a good. I can look into it and see.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still okay. Your cluster is done. Perfect.
Yeah, now we create the
So
node.
yeah, let's create your node. Mhm. It's probably just because, yeah, I think you will get that when your cluster is creating. Is just a second. Then before you create the node, just a second. I'm trying to find where we. Yeah, you'll get that. That's fine. So that's no big deal with that thing you are getting.
Okay, so
Okay.
I can start creating
So
the node.
yeah, you can create the node now.
Okay.
The node group. Give it a name.
What was the name in there? Is
Hmm?
this one you say to give the conversion name, right?
Hmm? Just call it. Just give it a name. Give it any name. Just
Any
call
name?
it.
Okay.
Just call it. Hold on. I'm just trying to say
Renzo.
something. Uh, yeah, you can call it red zone.
Isn't it rent? Isn't
AKS. AKS. No, just call it EKS cluster node.
it?
Call
Right.
it.
Okay.
Whatever you called your cluster, you can use the same name. Use lowercase, please. Don't you? So when you guys are naming stuff, use always use lowercase and hyphen underscore, no space. Those are like the correct way. Okay. Then
Create a new one again or two?
again, create a new IAM role. Because I feel like that's probably where the issue is coming from. So the
Yeah,
service is
it
already
choose.
selected for you.
It choose everything.
So you just click next and scroll down. Next.
We're not choosing any role over here.
The policies already should be already selected for you as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Because you can see it here.
Oh yeah,
Now
it does.
just put node role. So scroll up. So because this is for the node, so you know.
Oh, okay.
EKS node role. EKS cluster, however you want to call it. Yeah, EKS cluster node role. All right.
Yeah, it choose. It's already choose the.
Yeah. Create row. Then go back to the other tab. Refresh and select it. Just a second. So you select that. Now scroll down.
Quickly, Aziz, before we go move further, I'm intrigued. Why is it showing the other row for the node in the drop down?
That's the
Now,
one that's the previous
yes,
one he
Oh,
created.
that's the
I
one he
create.
did before. Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
I manually create that one.
okay.
Yeah. So I just add AWS created because then AWS will select the necessary policy that it needs to run it. So scroll down.
The
So
launch
we don't
templates,
need to,
nothing.
no, just scroll down. Yeah, and we don't need to do anything here. Click next. So here select Amazon Linux 2023. Oh, it's already on it. So it's already
Yeah, it's
on it.
already on me.
Okay, cool. So click out. No, click out.
Capacity on demand instance.
T3, 20. I think all this, we
Yeah,
leave
all
all
that is
this.
fine.
Just a second. Let me just see
Okay.
what we did last week. I just wanted to verify. Yeah, so yeah, all this stuff. So scroll down, we leave all the stuff as the same. So for the node groups, I just use one. There's minimum one. A maximum can be two. That's fine. Node group update. So we just gonna do one node at a time. That's
At the
fine.
time, yeah.
Auto repair. Let me see if we select this auto repair. I don't think we did. We didn't. So just click next. Right. Your subnet is you already select your private app subnet next.
Yeah.
Right, next. And that's it. So scroll down and create. So sorry sorry, I haven't been looking at my chat, but I would just send me your email. Send me your email, I will forward you the information. Thank you. Hi, thank you. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. Lou, you said can it be done on AWS CLI instead of using the user interface? Yes. I'm pretty sure almost anything you can almost anything you can do in the console, there's most likely a CLI command for it. But for stuff like this, I wouldn't do it with CLI either. So the reason why we are doing it with on the console now is because since this is the first time he's deploying it and he's learning, so I always require that you deploy it this way first. So that way you can see all the settings that you picked, because ultimately we would deploy it with Terraform, right? So Terraform is better than using CLI. So CLI is like useful if you are trying to do one-off things like getting information on a resource that you already have running, deleting a resource you already have running, things like that. But if you are trying to create your infrastructure, you won't use AWS CLI to do it. So Terraform is better, Terraform or CloudFormation. So, but we are deploying it in the management console so that way you can see the settings. This is how you really get your hands dirty. So that way, when you start automating it with Terraform, you understand what you are doing. Yes, I do. I do. I'll type it here. Just a second. I think Yes, I do have a coupon. I think let me just check it for you real quick.
Uh,
Okay, can you scroll up just so that way we can verify that everything is running? Your
Yeah,
cluster
it's
is
still
it's still
creating.
creating. Okay.
Yeah.
What about your
Uh,
cluster?
okay. The cluster is already done.
So sorry, I can't accept request. I can't accept requests right now since I'm still helping them. But when I'm done, I'll accept it.
Aziz, I have a question.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I know when we to create the ECR, you always use a command, but I know we can create it through the console as well. So is it the same thing, or is there like something you have to create through the command?
What was your question again? The
The
EC,
ECR, I know we
is
have a command to create ECR,
yeah,
and I know
ACR,
you
yeah,
can, yeah, I know you can create it through
the console.
the console as well.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is like, if you create through the console or create through the command, is still the same thing, or do you have to create it through the command?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing, right? Okay.
Yeah, right. So basically,
Mhm.
whatever we are creating. So I probably need to find like other ways to. I think it's just how I'm breaking it down sometimes. Like I need to even break it down a little bit more and provide like some structure on certain things, right?
Mhm.
So, or maybe when we work on a project, I'll point out things you guys need to focus on because again, it doesn't end on the project. You guys still have to look at the documentation, understand certain stuff, right? So in AWS, there are several ways you can create a resource, right? So this is your management console that allows you to see the resource you are creating, right?
Creating, yes.
Whatever you create in this management console by clicking button, AWS also have another way you can create it from your computer without logging into the console. That is the CLI. You
Mhm.
understand?
Yes.
So if you use the CLI to create your cluster, when you log into the console, you will see the cluster there. And if you use the console to create, what did I just say? So if you, no, I think I said, so if you use the console to create if you use the console to create your cluster, that's what I meant to
Mhm.
say. If you log into the CLI, you will see the cluster there.
Yeah, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And if you use the CLI to create your cost cluster, when you log into the console, you will see the cluster there. Does it make sense? It's the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's just how do you prefer to create it,
To
right?
create it. Okay.
People that are more programmatic, they like using commands, so they will just
Command.
run their commands using CLI. And people that are beginners that are still learning, I recommend using the console. It's the same thing.
Okay.
You understand? So if you
Yeah.
run a CLI command, you will see whatever you created in the console. And if you create something in the console, you can run a CLI command. Remember when I told you to run AWS S3 LS and we saw your bucket there?
Yep. Yeah. Mhm.
Exactly, right? You created that bucket in the console, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, okay. So now everything looks
Okay.
good. So this
Yeah,
is
it's
working.
created.
So scroll up. Now you can go run your commands. So
Okay.
rent zone, cluster, you have to make sure that is in. So first close your terminal, then reopen it. All right, cool. All right, good.
Yeah. He asked me to log into the server. Jeez.
I think it has to do with something on your end because um that's pretty much all the you must log into the you must log into the server first, right? Why is it let me think. Create namespace. And you sure the command hasn't changed? The command I gave you is still the same. Let me just check.
The one you put on the GitHub,
Mm-hmm.
which command?
The one we are running now,
I mean, I can pull it up on the GitHub again.
no, yeah, it's fine. Let me look here because there's something it definitely should work. So let me see. Scripts, EKS. This is the more complicated one. And you've verified that you've installed your um Kubernetes command line and your EKS command line.
What you mean by that?
So
You
in
mean
in the
all this?
beginning, yeah. So here,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean
So
all this, right?
mm-hmm. So what's
Yeah.
did you run the command to what's that command we use to verify that Kubernetes? So click on that. So scroll down. So okay, on that, the ones for the Windows, right?
This one?
Uh, yeah, that one and the cube. Let me just look it up real quick.
You mean I installed the chocolatey, I installed the Quebec CTL, I installed the EKS CTL,
Yeah,
and
so did you run the command to verify that they are installed at the
yeah,
end?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Because
I'll install.
that thing is um I know it works. So Lou, you can use this. That's the code.
Which one?
No, I'm talking to someone else. Someone else in
Oh,
the comment section. Um I'm trying to think of what the issue may be now. Because I can run it on mine and I'll show you that it works. So let me see that error again. You know what? I think I still have it. Just a second. Let me just ask ChatGPT real quick.
need to log into the server. Which server? That's the question I want to know.
That is your I'm thinking, you know, your cluster is creating an EC2. Can you go and check whether the EC2 is there? Right, you should create an EC2 instance, right? See, you don't have an EC2 instance.
Mhm.
That's the issue.
But the cluster is supposed to create EC2 instance for me, right?
The node,
I mean, the node's supposed to create EC2.
yeah. So why isn't yours creating it? So can you go back to your node thing? Right, or am I tripping? So yeah, your node group is over there. Select your node group name. Scroll down. Scroll up. Node. Yeah, click on the nodes tab. Yeah, select that one.
This one?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an EC2 instance. Go in your EC2 console. I just refresh in there because there should be an EC2 instance there. All right. Just a second. Yeah, that might be the issue. Because I'm pretty sure when we did it,
Why don't we have a look at the node instance from the node creation? Because I saw it just now.
yeah, but it will be a physical instance. It will be a physical EC2 instance. That should be.
Yeah, I just want to see where that would take us. Where would that lead to? Maybe it's in a different region or something.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. Like it might just be like your region might just be misconfigured somehow.
Let's have a look at where the node instance that was created here. Where is it?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, the node instance is in US West 1, though.
Okay, US West one. All right, so
Click on it and
Okay.
let's see where is it?
Yeah. Where do I click? Here?
No, go back, go back.
Here?
Yeah, click on the instance. The
Okay.
instance. Yeah.
so the instance ID is right there. So go back. Go back to the previous page you were on.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, wherever you were just so you see that instance ID, click on that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Click on it.
I click. Yeah, I already click on it. I open it in another tab.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is always messing up me.
So if you click on it, it should automatically open the tab for you. So
Okay.
just click on that link, it will go into that tab for you.
So the instance is running.
So click on that drop down
Which one? This one?
on your region.
Region.
Yeah,
California, US West 1.
West one. Okay.
Oh, it take time before create the EC2. I mean EC2.
So go to the EC2 dashboard. Let me just say.
Okay.
Updated less than a minute ago. So maybe the EC2 was still creating. Okay. So
Yeah, there
it's
now.
running now.
Now it's now.
Try running that command again. Because I don't see why it should be failing, honestly. So, yeah, you don't have to kill the terminal since you already just have it open. It's fine. But
I just want to restart everything.
yeah,
I don't want to take any other things.
what are you, Lou? What are you trying to use it for? What are you trying to use the coupon for? Which course are you trying to use it for? The bootcamp. Okay. Let me check. Let me check. Oh, you know what? Don't use that one. Use this one. Sorry. Use this one. Sorry. I gave you the wrong one. You're welcome. All right. So can you we create the EKS cluster? What
Hold
at
on a
what
second.
point does
Can
it
you, can
create
you
the
reconfigure your AWS credentials on
yeah, I
then
think
run back then run it
I don't
again?
I don't think it's his AWS credential because he's done it like a couple of times now. I know it's something on your end because that's that server. Oh, okay, let me think. What about
Could we check if it has finished initializing? Sometimes it can show it's running, but
all
it's
right?
not finished.
So can you check your cluster and your node and just make sure that all of everything is running and in your it you know and another thing we can test, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give me give me your AWS credentials
Mm-hmm.
and I'll try to run it from my computer. I'll set up your credentials on my computer and I'll try to run it. And if it works,
Mm-hmm.
then that means it's just something on your computer that's blocking it. Maybe like how your stuff is set up is just
You mean my username and everything?
no, I won't need your user. I just need your access key and secret access key.
Okay.
Then I'll need your then you'll change your cluster thing to my IP address. So just send me that file. Send me that file and don't show it here. Just send me
Yeah.
the file
I'll put
on
this one in
Slack.
share.
Yeah. Send it on Slack. Then I'll give you my IP address. You will update your cluster
I don't have Slack on my computer.
oh you
I'll
don't
use
have
No, I use it on my phone. But I can email it to myself and I'm gonna take it from my phone and
no, just you can paste it here when we are done. Just I mean I trust people here. So just paste the access key and secret access key in the Zoom chat.
oh okay.
Yeah. Then when we are done, you can
You didn't change your Active Directory in VS Code, huh?
My what?
Your Active Directory in VS Code, huh?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's not that.
yeah, just send it to me. I'll see if I can access it. If I can access it, then it might be it's probably most likely gonna be something on your end. I think it's the EC2 instance that the node, Lou, it is the node the cluster created. It has to, I think it's trying to create we are trying to create a namespace in there. That's what I'm thinking. I can't think of any other server, right? Because that's the only server that the cluster created.
Right, yeah.
And when it's saying unauthorized, right? That is
Uh,
also like it's not the command. It is unauthorized means the credentials is wrong somewhere. But I mean, everything looks right. So I'm just trying to figure out. Normally, when I see that, is usually if the server don't have access, the cluster don't have access to his computer. But his cluster does have his IP, unless if there's something on your computer that's blocking it. I don't know. But let's just test this. Let's test this way. We'll
Can
see.
you try and run this command and see what happens? The one I just posted.
oh, well, hold on.
Yeah, he ran that command already. That was the second command on his
Which
thing.
one?
He posted it in the
In the charts.
yeah. Can you put your access key and secret access key in the chat so I can set up the thing? So
Yeah,
Alex,
let me.
that's the second command on his thing. He ran that already.
Mm.
Yeah, and that was successful. Did you paste it?
Yeah, that's not bad right now.
Okay.
Can you share your screen again? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the one to share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to set up the key first. Then I'll share my screen after. Um, so AWS configure. Yeah, this key. Okay, need a secret key.
Okay, I sent both of them.
All right, thank you.
What else you need?
I think that's it. And your region is what? US West 1?
Yeah,
US hyphen West?
West FM one.
Hyphen 1. Okay. None. All right. Where's the one? Let me just AWS S3 LS. Let's see if I can list your bucket. Okay, perfect. So I've set it up on my computer. I'm just gonna share my screen. So before I share my screen, let me give you my IP address. So you can share your screen, then we need to update your cluster to allow my IP address to be able to access your cluster.
Oh,
Yeah, so uh,
let me share my screen, right?
yeah, you can share your screen. I'm coming. I'm looking on a different screen. I'm trying to get my IP address for you. So this should help us figure out where the issue is coming from. So where we can narrow it to. Add a source from my IP. Okay. Zone chat. Okay, this is my IP address. You can.
So you want me to change in mine?
Yeah, change it in your
Like,
cluster. So, because
okay,
that's
I cannot see your screen.
okay. Okay, I'll tell you what it is. So go
Okay.
into go into let me just paste it here so I can. All right, go into networking. All right, and the manage over there, and endpoint access. Then press the drop down, advanced. So mine is 96
6.
point
Mm-hmm.
231
231. Okay.
point
Mm-hmm.
168
168. Okay.
dot dot 156 56 /32.
32.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see. I guess we can add more. We didn't even have to. So cancel. So instead of even removing mine, instead of even removing yours, you can just add mine. So that way yours is still there. All right, add another one. All right, so it will be 96 dot 231 dot
154
168
or 168.
dot 156
156.
/32. Yeah, and save. Update.
Okay.
Okay, a new version, blah, 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 blah. Is updating anything? Okay, is updating your
Yeah, it's in
thing.
progress.
So let's just wait for that to be done. Then I'll share my screen. And can you send me the link to that script, the GitHub
Okay.
link?
In GitHub, right?
Mm-hmm.
Banner manifestation. I think it's this one. Okay.
It'll be where we are doing the deployment.
Yeah,
Right there.
deployment.
I think it's that one.
Is this one? Let me see.
AKS script to deploy. AKS deployment script. Now go back. I think it's further down.
Oh, is there
Next one, yeah. Right there.
No space. Yeah.
AKS deployment script. No, the second one. You see number 2?
This one?
No, the one above it.
This one?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Oh.
Right. It's not that one.
Let me.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's this one.
Okay. Send that on to me. Send me the link, please.
Send it the link. Okay.
Yeah, just send it on there.
I'm gonna put in the chat.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. All right. Thank you. All right. I got it. Check to see if that update is done.
Well, oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
Perfect. All right, let me share my screen. All right. What do I want to? Let me share my Visual Studio Code here. So let me just put it here for now. New file. All right, this is the script. And your cluster name is the same, right? So
Yeah.
this is West 1. And what's your account ID? Can you send me your account ID, please?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, so the public access CIDR block has to be, yes, it can be any CIDR block, but not specific. It will be whatever CIDR block of the IP that you'll be running your Kubernetes command line from, you know. So wherever you'll be accessing, so for example, when we run our Kubernetes command, whatever computer you are running it from is the IP. That's what that needs. So I think if you put it on 0, you can pretty much access it from anywhere. But obviously for security purpose, we always limit it to our own IP. So, but I think it can come from anywhere. Blue.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Why did I just? Oh, I guess I didn't copy. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to open my terminal. So you guys see, this is why this is why it's not good to share your secret key and your access key and secret access key. Because look, if I AWS S3 LS, because he gave me his access key, right? If I AWS S3 LS, like I can see his bucket. Me being able to see his bucket, meaning that it doesn't mean that the only thing I can do is see his bucket. It means that I am 100% logged into his AWS account and I can create anything in his AWS account through the CLI. Or I can use Terraform or whatever we use to automate to create resources in his AWS account.
So my question is, what do you use the also you do like AWS configure and you put the access key and the other stuff in, and
Exactly.
then you have access to it. Okay.
Exactly. So once you give me your access key and secret access key, all I did is run AWS configure it on my computer. Now I can log in because that access key and secret access key is just exactly like a password,
Okay.
right?
But
So
anytime you delete it and that's it, right?
yeah, if you delete the access key in your IAM, then is invalid. Then I have
It's
to,
not valid. Okay,
yeah,
I see.
yeah. Okay. So I'm going to run this. So Alex, this was the command you sent. It's the same as this one. I'm going to run this.
Yeah.
See if I have access to your cluster. Right. And I'm going to run this. So this is other ones that I've created too. in the past. So going to update it on this. So let me just move this up because it's in my way. So you guys can see I've switched to the cluster, right? I'm going to run this. So I'm getting the same thing, right? So let's check the I'm telling you, it still has to do with something on your end. We just need to figure out what it is. Space, namespace. If we don't create the namespace, it's just gonna use the default one. All right, let me just a second. Let me do a quick research. Yes. All right, guys, this is how I'll do it. Chat. Region. The main space. I'm telling you, it has to do with so the error you are saying, error must be logged into server unauthorized, which means that your kubectl is not authorized, is not authenticated with your EKS cluster. Here's a step-by-step. Run this. Okay, so I need to run this. Okay, so this is the EKS. Let me just copy this command. I know it's the same as the other one, but let's see if we can troubleshoot it. It's the same as, let me see.
Yeah, but it's an update. So I don't know if that counts because I checked it as well, and that's what he came up with.
Yeah, it's the update is right here. See, it's the same as this.
Same
Update.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
But he says to run that again.
Yeah, I mean, so it wants to verify that it has access to the cluster. That's what that is saying. So I'm going to use that command, right? Well, we'll see. So right now it's just trouble. It's trying to pinpoint exactly where the issue is. So sometimes when I troubleshoot, this is what I do. So we might be able to eliminate some things and we'll figure out what the issue is, right? So cluster name. So you can see it's the same thing as this one, right? So if I run it, so you can see it is updated. So I'm going to give it this. So before I do that, let me just see what the next thing is. So replace, confirm it is authenticated. Confirm you are authenticated. Run this to test if you are connected. So get node. So I'm going to run this. Okay, and I can get your node. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking is your VPC. That's the only other thing I can think of. I'm thinking is your VPC. Because your node is there. So if we run this, we should be able to automatically be able to see it, right? So I'm thinking there's something in your network that is getting this. Sometimes this is how I troubleshoot, guys. So you just keep giving it the screenshots of whatever it's telling you to do, you do it. If you run into an error, you give it that screenshot. It is smart enough to interpret it. So
Well, it said something about the row on top of the one you just did.
yeah, before we even get to the role, we are still on step 2, right? So when we run step 2, we're already getting the error. So we don't even need to go to this one. So I gave it the error, right? Thanks for you are correct. You have corrected. You have correctly. You are corrected. Updating your Kubernetes and switching the context, but still getting unauthorized error currently. Is it me or is there a type? Does it have a typo here? Am I reading that wrong?
You are correct. You are correctly updating your
Okay. You are correctly updating your okay. All right. I was reading it wrong. Okay, so you see, but getting unauthorized error, which points to IAM permissions issue, which is why I said it might be that. Okay, so it's saying to run this, right? I'm going to paste that there. Right? AWS STS. So I'm getting this and your IAM user in your account, which is that same one. So, but this doesn't really tell us what permission that user has. The only other thing, make sure. Oh, okay. Oh, I know what the issue is. Oh, okay. I know the issue now. I got it. And this is something I told someone before, and I ran into the same issue, right? But I ran into the same issue, and I told somebody else, but it just came to me now, right? So this is what I think the issue is. We are using 2 credentials here, right? So you have an IAM user. You have an IAM user that you called AWS Cloud Projects, right? That IAM user is the authentication we are using to create stuff in Kubernetes. Like that's what I'm just running right now to run my Kubernetes command line, right? Does that make sense? So you share your screen and I'll explain. It'll be better if I'm explaining from your screen. So I think I know what the issue is. Can you share your screen?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I figured out the issue.
Oh, where you want me to go?
Share your screen. And
Oh,
go to your IAM. I'll show you what the issue is.
okay.
Normally AWS always, oh well, it's not going to point it out because you are logging as the right user. All right, go to your IAM. I knew this, but I just didn't remember. And obviously, because of the way stuff is set up, it didn't point out, it didn't click to me that that's what's going on. All right, go to your IAM user. Yeah, right. So, right. So you guys, no, don't click on the cloud project user. Just go back to the way your IAM users are. Right. So guys, this is what's going on. So you see he has two users, right? The
Mhm.
How do you say this the name? I don't want to mess it up.
Oh, it's Talia.
Talia, okay.
Mhm.
So the Talia user is the user he used to log in, right? That's the user that is logged into the management console right now, right?
No, no, no. I'm using my roots.
Root,
Yeah, I'm using
right?
my roots account.
All right. So, oh, this is the root account is logged in.
Yeah, yeah.
Whichever one. Okay, that's fine, right? But you should always use like an IAM user
And
or something,
I'm
like
here.
just it's the same thing. Just create the IAM user, give a username and password. But that's fine. So
Mm-hmm.
he's logged into his account as the root user, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then in Kubernetes, how Kubernetes works is whatever whatever created the Kubernetes cluster, the Kubernetes cluster, the authentication for the Kubernetes cluster is different from your IAM credentials, your
Okay.
IAM authentication. Are you
Okay.
guys following me? Right?
Yeah.
So what happens is like when you use this root user to create your Kubernetes cluster, what
Mm-hmm.
Kubernetes is going to do is it is going to store, it is going to give this user access to your cluster because this user created it. So whatever user create your cluster is automatically going to have access to it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now that the user you used to create it already has access to the cluster, we are
Mhm.
now trying to use a different user to interact with the cluster, and that user will not have access to it.
So
Does that
the
make sense?
user we're trying to use is the cloud project user.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to use. So that means that the EKS have access to my the root user.
Exactly. The root user's credential, because that's the user you used to create it. So
Mm-hmm.
so that is why your that is why we can interact with your server because whatever user create the cluster is the only user that will have access to that cluster. If you want to give if you want other users to have access to your cluster, then you have to give them access to it. I think I have the command to give them to give your user access. So instead of creating, so the two ways we can fix it, we can
Mm-hmm.
create an access key and secret
Mm-hmm.
access key for your root user and use it, right? Because
Oh,
it's your root user that
so
has access, right?
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So you say since I create the cluster in my in here before I create the this IAM user and I have the access key. I don't have the access key for this, but I have it for this one.
Yes.
So
So
meaning I have to have access key for the like the one the one over here. That the one I'm supposed to use to do the AWS config.
yes, but that's not the issue, right?
Okay.
You said it right. What you said is right, but it's kind of like, but you're missing I think you missed the point a little bit, right? The access key is not really the issue. The issue is which user has access to your cluster. That's the main issue. You understand?
So hold up. Yeah. If he logged in the proper way, which obviously logging in through your root user is not the proper way to log in. If he has a user that already he logs in through that user, yeah, and that was a user that he's used to create his AWS credentials. He's already used it. Why did we add this to the AWS credentials as well? Because he did this as well, didn't he? He added a cloud project user as well.
Yeah.
To where? So you guys, let me just explain. So
Okay.
I'll share my screen. So there's the key thing I want you guys to focus on is the users. That's what I'm saying. Going to log into the sign into the console. Going to sign into the console, right? I'm going to go to IAM. Doing it this way is because I can draw on the screen so you guys will see, right? So I have 3 users here. So ignore the Aziz and let's focus on these 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I logged into my console with this user,
This guy
right?
user, okay.
That's you logged in with your root. So assuming this user is your root that you logged in with,
Okay.
right? And this user created your EKS cluster.
Mm-hmm.
This is your EKS cluster, right? Whatever user created the EKS cluster automatically has access to it.
Access to it. Okay. I mean, my roots have access to it.
Right?
Mhm.
So now I'm trying to use this user who does not have access to the cluster to access it. That's why it's getting denied, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is why I said this. You remember, access key is different for every user. This
Yeah.
user can have his own access key, and
And
this
the
user can
roots.
have his own access key.
Okay.
So now a user that does not have access to the cluster, I'm trying to use the user to access the cluster. That's why it's being denied. So that's why I said the 2 ways we can solve it. We can either run a command to add this user to give this user access to the cluster,
Mm-hmm.
which the user will be a cloud project user, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or we can just create an access key for this user and use that access key, configure that access key on our computer and run our command. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
1 second, 1 second. But with you, this is already configured on your computer. The lobby access keys are already configured on your computer.
No. He's saying that you see the lobby over there right now?
Yeah,
Hello? Yeah,
yeah.
that lobby is like my roots.
Yeah.
So I create the EKS in my roots in
I
the lobby.
understand that part. What I don't
Now,
understand is this. Yeah, hold on. What I don't understand is the cloud product user. When you started the project, you configured that user onto the AWS.
What do you mean by configure it to
AWS
AWS?
config with he did AWS config with the cloud product user keys.
Exactly. Right? So I configured the cloud project users credentials on my computer, right? That allows me to be able to access AWS, my AWS account.
Okay.
But remember what I said, Kubernetes cluster, authentication in Kubernetes cluster is different from your AWS authentication. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? So this cloud project user that I configured the credentials on my computer does not have access to the cluster. That's the main thing I'm saying.
Okay.
You understand? So
so
let me
yeah.
clear this and just draw it again so you guys can see, right? Just focus on like the images I'm drawing, right? It will make sense, right? So we have 2 users, right? This is the user. Just focus on the users. This is the user that created the EKS cluster. I don't want you to focus on AWS credentials. Just focus on the users. This is the user that created the EKS cluster. I said, whatever user create the EKS cluster will automatically have access to it.
Access to it.
So, Alex, the user that created the EKS cluster has access to it. So it doesn't matter how many users I have in my AWS account that has access key or has administrator access.
They will not have access to the EKS.
Those credentials are just AWS credentials that allow those users to interact with AWS. It does not give them permission to interact with your
Yeah.
Kubernetes cluster. By cluster, we mean the application running in the cluster. You
Okay.
understand?
Mm-hmm.
These users will be able to log in and they will see the cluster there, right? But they can't see the node in the cluster.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Does that make sense now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the credentials is only allowing them to be able to log in and they will see that you have an EKS cluster, but they don't have direct access into the application running in the cluster. And that's
Okay.
how that's the issue we are running into.
Oh.
You understand?
Yeah.
So since he created his user, this cluster with this user has AWS access key and secret access key that will allow him access to see the EKS cluster, but it wouldn't, that permission does not pass that. It won't be able to get into the cluster to see the
Aziz,
application.
that's
sir.
why the error is not saying it's an authentication issue. It's saying it's an
Authorized issue.
authorization issue.
Exactly.
Even though the user can authenticate into the console or have access, they can't. They don't have the permission.
Can you please speak up a little bit because I don't have my hearing aid, so I left in my car. It's raining, so
Oh, sorry. Oh, you use hearing. Oh, sorry. Okay.
yeah.
So
I left in the
what
car yesterday.
what he said is that it is saying is pointing to the error message we were saying. It was saying that is why we have how did he say? He said that that's why we have unauthorized error
Okay.
instead of access
Yep.
error,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's because access error just means you don't have access, but unauthorized error is saying that the user we are trying to use to create the namespace is not authorized to create the namespace, which makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Does that make
Okay,
sense?
I have a question for you, Aziz.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so every time in the whole project, we have to create an IAM user, right?
Mm-hmm. You can use
Okay,
one IAM user for all your projects. You don't have to keep creating a new IAM user.
a new one. Okay, so since we create, I mean, let's say you don't have any IAM user, you only have like the one you use to create the EKS, and now in the process to load, I mean to deploy everything to the Kubernetes, you have to create a new IAM user, right?
No,
Or
you
you
don't.
don't
You
have
don't
to.
have to. You don't have to, right?
Oh, you can
So,
use the one you already have.
right. So, that's what I'm saying. So, you guys since you guys understand what the issue is, there are two ways we can solve this problem. Can you guys
Mhm.
tell me what are two ways we can solve this problem?
Yeah, you say you have a command that can give access to the, I mean, let's say the cloud project, give access to the cloud project to the EKS.
Exactly.
That's the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is, which one was the second one again?
You said you can use the root user. You can create access keys for that.
Exactly.
Okay.
What's the
Instead
best?
of creating a new IAM, you just choose the one we already have, the one you use to create the EKS.
Exactly. And just
Okay.
create an access key for it. So you guys don't focus on the root. Root has nothing to do with it, right?
Yeah.
The root is he's just logging as root. He can log in as any user and the same thing will still take place, right?
Yeah.
So
As this,
yes,
let's
go ahead.
practice both methods. Which one should we use? Should we add permissions for the cloud project user or use the one that the user that we had used to log into the account?
Yeah, so I think yeah, so the best way is to use the same user that created the cluster, create an access key for that user and use that access key to run your command, right?
Okay.
But then if you in this case, but in our project, this is how it's set up, right? We have an IAM user that we just use to log into the console, right? The cloud project is the one with our programmatic credential that we are using to create all of our projects. So that's why we have two. Does that make sense, Alex? Right? So there is there's really not a right or wrong way with it. The only thing that was wrong is that he's using his root user, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
I think the second option is more preferable. Just
yes,
for
we're giving the users access to the cluster.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever user has access to it. Think of this, the user that created it, think of this user as the admin, the one that ultimately has all the rights, right? So now this user can now allow the extra users access to the cluster. So there's a command we can run to give them access. It's very
All
straight.
right, let's run it and see. Let's have a look at how it's done.
All right, cool. So right now I am logged in. So how would that work on my end since
You can use
okay.
mine.
You can
Yeah,
go to this one.
okay, yeah. So oh, your cloud project user. Yeah, it's your cloud project. You have a cloud project user in your account. So
Yeah, I did.
so
I
this
do.
is how it will work. Let me just clear my screen. I knew this, but because the error wasn't showing on the screen, that's why. It was, yeah, I knew this. Because I ran into the same issue when I was running my cluster, but then it told me the error. All right, okay, so let me find that command, right? So you guys can see when I worked on my EKS project. Let me see if I have it in my script. EKS script. That's the thing. It has to be. Um, there's this one, right? But with the way I run it here, I have to apply a Kubernetes authentication file that has the thing. But since let me see if there's any other way any other command I can run without that. Because the way I did it, you have to first create the manifest files for the users, and I can show you the manifest files for the user. It's somewhere here. I can show you later. Let's just solve the problem first. So here, I'm going to just ask ChatGPT what command. Which screen was I using? This is trading stuff. I think I might have. Did I accidentally open a new tab on it? Is it this? Not that. Okay, it's this one. All right. You guys, you see here, right? It will be something like this, right? So I'll just tell it. All right. Big. Let's say I found the issue. I need to give my IAM user access. You guys, sorry, I type like a turtle. You guys always think I know a lot of stuff, but me, uh, access to the when I type, I still look at the keyboard.
Do you have to add EKS to the cluster, or it
Oh
will
yeah,
recognize it?
yeah. I need to, yeah, EKS, right? So I found the issue. I need to give my IAM user access to the EKS cluster. What the what command and I run to do that thing. All right, so you still need an auth. I still need an auth auth file, right? I still need a auth YAML file. I guess you can do that's the only way you can do it, right? Option 2. Okay, I can use the command line. Let's use the command line, right? So option 1. So if you were doing it through like the manifest file, this is how I did it in mine too. But option 2, we'll do it this way. So we'll just copy this. So okay, I see here cluster, right? Region, then account ID. Let me just paste it in here. No, not here. And paste it here. I'll move this down a little bit. All right. So account ID, because it's just going to be the ARN of your user, which ARN is pretty easy to construct. So it'll be your account ID, user, and your username. Your user is called Cloud Project User, right?
Yes.
Project user, like this. It has to be the same then. So can you verify?
Yeah, Cloud Project User. Let me see. Yep.
And I think there's a way I can verify too, because it is oh, you know what? I think I figured out another. We still won't be able to. Well, let's run it further and see. Let's run it further and see. Because since I'm still using the Cloud Project user's credentials to authenticate, I still think I'm not still going to be able to run this command. Do you guys see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I still have to just create the access key for the root user that created the account and first run to give this user access. Then only then this user will have access.
Yeah.
You guys understand?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So so the right way to do the whole thing is like the accounts you are in before create the cluster. Just use that account as the IAM user for the whole thing, right?
Exactly.
You don't have to create another IAM user again.
Yes. So if you guys want to, I only just did it that way. So that way we have one account we used to log in and one account we used to do our project. But yes, whatever account you guys used to log in, you can use that same user, whatever user you used to log in, you can use that same user to create all your project. So you can use that user can have a login permission and also have an CLI permission. That's the easiest way.
So
You
you're saying
understand?
you don't need to create the cloud.
Yeah, you don't need to create the cloud project user. Exactly. You don't need to. You don't
Yeah,
need to
that's what I'm
create it.
saying.
Yeah.
So we need to remove that from the.
So I think when I update the course, I would probably just remove that part. So
Yeah.
if I run this, let me see, it's not going to work, right? Because this user still don't have access. So
yeah, because this way giving access to the new IAM user is kind of like stretching the whole thing up. That it can be simple as you use the one you create before.
Well, repeat that again. Sorry.
So using like creating a new IAM user is kind of stretching out the projects. It can be simplified that if you use the account you're already using.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're trying to figure out the way to give the access to the other one.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But I think I did it that way is because sometimes when we worked on like some of those Terraform projects, right? If I run AWS STS get user, right? And let's say my own user is named something and your own user's name is something, it can be confusing. That's why I just create a user that everyone can use across the board. That was my reasoning for creating that cloud project. But yes, you can use one user. So what you need to do is create an access key for your root user. Because since that's the only thing, that's what you use to sign, that's what we have to do. That's the only way we can resolve this. So go and create an access key for your root user. And how you create an access key for a root user is slightly different. I don't think it's like it's the
No.
same way, but so go and create an access key for your root user, and you can either configure it on your computer, then we will run the command again, and I guarantee it is going to work.
Is that the best way for him to do it? Why doesn't he just create a user that he'll be using rather than using his root user?
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
thinking like stop the whole project and start over.
No, let's finish let's finish this error so we can verify that that's the issue, right?
That's the issue. Okay.
So, but then because Alex, the reason why I don't want him to create a new user is because is
Already started.
root user already created the cluster. So if he wants to use a different user, he will have to delete the cluster and everything and start over, right? So just create an access key and secret access key for your root user. Then we'll
How do you
configure
create
it
the
and
access key and access manager for the
okay.
root user?
Let me see how to do that. But I'm not logging. Can you log in? Can you share your screen? We'll figure it.
Sure. This one. Sure.
Yeah, so yeah, Lou. I mean, yeah, so it's just, but that was kind of like that was my fault though. Well, not really my fault. We are using a different credentials for the project, and I have them create a regular user that is able to sign into the console and see everything. For any other project that will work, but since Kubernetes works differently, that the EKS cluster does not mean you have access to the IAM user's credential does not mean you have access to the EKS cluster. That's why this issue came up. All right, so I think you have to go to, if I remember, it's been a long time since I did it. So click on your name up there, your name, yeah, and select security credentials, yeah. And this is where you create it, yeah. All right, stop sharing your screen and you can. Yeah, but once we are done, you can delete it and
yeah.
I actually just even learned something new today with that. I mean, I knew it, but since he said that a lot of people have been having the same issue, I never thought about it from this standpoint that that's what would be causing the issue, because I kept saying it has to do with your credentials. But the way I was, go ahead.
So I created already, so I have to do the AWS configure again, right?
Yes, do AWS configure. Yeah. So now I know that you guys may be using two different credentials, one to run the command and one that created the cluster, and that will be causing the issue. Yeah. So now I know.
And Prof, it's I think that the second one, what you just said, is what we might be using in real projects at work, right? Where we usually create system IDs.
Exactly.
Yeah, for those kind of and
exactly.
you will not have to use the roots or the whatever IAM user you set up for. Yeah.
Yeah. So one user will be creating it, and the other users will just be giving access to it to the cluster. Yeah. So that would be the ideal thing, but except for it will be like an administrator user. We won't be using root.
Yeah.
Right. But it doesn't, in your case, root, I mean, it's your personal account, so you can use the root. But the main issue is just like key thing to note is for EKS, whatever user created the cluster will be the only user that has access to it. If you want other users to have access to it, you will have to give them access to it, to the cluster.
So on the course itself, on the project itself, we're gonna skip that generate key pairs for window and add your SS. We're gonna skip all of that, right? Because I'm having a look at the course now. And I think that's where the mistake came in because it says to create that.
Yeah, we shouldn't be creating down anymore.
Mm. I'm going to try and run the course anyway.
For the course, so again with the IAM credentials thing is very simple, right? So you guys can have as many IAM user you want. You can use like for me, I prefer to use my IAM user that I use to log in only as login access, and the other IAM user that I use only as programmatic access. That's how I like to set it up, right? So for you guys, if you want to just keep it simple, you can create one user, give that user access key and secret access key, right? Then you can use the same user to log in, and you can use the same user to run your CLI command. That's fine too.
Okay, I create the array and I set up the AWS config. What's gonna be the next?
All right,
Just
share your screen.
Yeah, let me close this first. Okay.
All right. So let's run the commands again. So kill your terminal, and then we would run the command again. So Lou, now we know the server. The server it is talking about is the node, which is the node is in the EKS cluster, right? So since the user doesn't have access to the EKS cluster, so that's why it's saying it doesn't have access to the server, right? So it makes sense. So when you ask that question, what server was it talking about? It's talking about the node that was created in the cluster. All right. Knock on wood. This thing may better not make me a liar. All right.
Okay. Moment of the truth.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Yes. That's great then.
Great job.
Thank you. We learned something new today.
That took a whole 2 hours. That's troubleshooting for you. Sometimes that's why when you use so we had to pretty much scatter everything, dissect it, start from here, start from there, and eventually we'll point to something because I know I was missing something, and I just forgot that rule that he's using 2 different credentials. And normally for any other project, it will work, but for EKS is different. So the main takeaway that everybody should know, and those that are even watching, is whatever user created your EKS cluster will be the only user that has access to the cluster. If you want other users to have access to the cluster, you will have to give them access to it. So now with this user, you can run that other command to give other users access to the cluster. But
once I'm done, I'm gonna delete the access key and create me a new user so I cannot be using. I want to create a new user so I don't have to be using the root user though. But I don't know why. Every time I jump on a project, I just start it. Anytime I jump on the project, I forget I want to create another IAM user.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah. But I mean, for simplicity, if you guys prefer not to use the cloud project user, just the same user you use to log in now, just create an access key for that user and use that user. That will work too.
Okay. Yeah. Prof, I think I have a gap somewhere. I don't know. Well, when we created the access key for the root user, for him to be able to get authorization, did we pass those access key and secret anywhere, or it just programmatically picks it up?
Yes, when you run AWS configure, it
Oh, okay.
configures
He
it.
already did that part. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I told him to stop sharing his screen. So
Oh,
because
okay.
he didn't wanna expose
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I
But
understand. Okay.
one question though that I too have a gap in this. He didn't have access keys. How was he able to access the AWS and create the services, the previous services, if he didn't have, because he was already configuring it programmatically.
Yes, good question, right? The commands he was previously running were interacting with AWS service, not the
Oh,
application in the cluster.
Yeah.
okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Alex, you understand, Alex?
Yes. Yes.
So the namespace exactly he's trying to create is creating a namespace in the node in the cluster.
Mm.
So if he's running all his commands, as long as those commands are like AWS service related, yes, the commands will work. But if he's trying to run any commands that is connecting into the node in the cluster, the application running in the EKS cluster, he won't have access to it. That's where it was running into that issue. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
So,
Okay. Cool.
Prof, are you going to immediately update the training on this aspect before some of us get there? I haven't got into that
Yeah,
point.
I need to update it. I will.
Okay.
I will.
I'm gonna
But
try and run.
I need to update the Docker one and the Kubernetes one, so that way is
Okay.
but now is noted in case if anyone have issue. But I'll try to update it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
But the best practice still is to create a user to do to run the project rather than using the user that you logged in with.
Yeah. That's actually what is happening at the job place.
Yeah, so
when
you
we
guys
work.
use the same use the same user. Okay, I'm saying use one user to do all your projects.
Okay.
So just for delete the cloud project user, delete that. Whatever user you are using now to log into your console, create an access key and secret access key for that user and problem solve.
Okay. So just go to my AIM and just remove all the users and then just create a new one and then start using.
Create a
Using
user that
that
you
only that one.
create a user you can log into the console with and give that user access key and secret access key. And that's it. Problem solved.
Yeah. Makes sense.
All right, cool. I know that took a while, but I mean, I really enjoy working on it. I mean, because now that we saw how is I mean, like stuff like this is what you would never forget. Now that I've took me all this trouble just to figure out what the issue is, I'll never forget.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how that's how we learn really.
Mm-hmm.
So there's things like this that I always remember for a while. So now if anybody has any other issue like this, I'll know, okay, this is the issue.
Yeah, but the thing I don't get is like I told you in the website under the video, there's a lot of comments over there, and I don't know how those people figure out and they they just stop the projects. Like I don't get it.
So the
Because
thing
anytime
about
I have an issue, I go to the comment section to see if like anybody also have the same issue and they figure out through there.
So the thing about comment section is a lot of the reason why you see the question, if you are having an issue like this, is not something I can type the answer to you. So
Like
if you guys
mine right
don't
now.
see, if you don't see exactly just like yours, so if you guys don't
Yeah.
see a response on that something, it's probably because I already probably troubleshooted with them
Damn, yeah.
offline, right? And they got through the problem. So nobody just never went back because the issue, right? So that's why sometimes you might see a bunch of people having the same question, and I'll work with them offline, but it just never reflects on the comment section. So
Okay.
yeah. Okay, cool. I think, yeah, we pretty much at the end today. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Or does anyone else that need any help? I have.
Yeah, Prof, I DM'd
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Send me a Slack message so I can send it to you.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. All right. Um. Yeah. So thank you guys. This was very good. I actually enjoyed today's class. It was fun, and it was
Thank
definitely
you.
fun working through this issue. So
Yeah,
as
the fun part of it when you troubleshoot stuff, and then we see how you actually go through that process. Because I'm actually very, very interested in that. And every time we do this, I always learn something new. Like, okay, this is what we're looking at. How do you go about this? How do you look at this? How do you think about it?
I
That's very
agree. Yeah.
And I think, I mean, just me though, I think like it's gonna be great or good if like we have an issue, you keep it, we come on Saturday and everybody learn how to figure it out, you know? That would be a really good thing, like a learning moment for everybody, like the one I brought it today. Because if like, I mean, I think it's a luck because if I have this issue on Monday while I was doing the assignment, the project, I won't wait till Saturday. I might already call you on a Slack and I'm the only one gonna know what we did to finish to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, we can keep it. That's a good idea. We can keep a list of the troubleshooting
The
stuff,
issue, yes.
issues we've had all week, and we can really, that's the point of this class anyway. Bring you
But
guys
that's what we've been
whatever.
doing. That's
Yeah.
what we've been
So
doing. We bring our issues here on a Saturday, and then we just troubleshoot it together because it's not only the person that's learning, everybody else is learning as long,
Yeah.
you know?
I agree. Yeah. So yeah,
If
I agree.
what I mean is like even though you help the person, because like I say, if I start a project on Monday, I'm not gonna wait till Saturday before. Even though you help me figure it out on Monday, I think it's a good idea to bring it back on Saturday so everybody can know the process and everything.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can start taking, if I help any of you troubleshoot during the week, I'll just take a note of it.
Yeah.
And
We're
I'll
most likely going to come
just bring it up on
across the issue
Saturday
as well.
again. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're most likely going to come across the same issue as well. So rather than doing it over and over and over again, then
Yes.
done it
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All
So
right.
now we have to be taking notes for our issue. Even if you don't take it, we can take it ourselves and bring it back on Saturday.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so
All right.
I'll start to keep notes and you guys can keep notes too. So, but yeah, so that's pretty much it for today. I know you guys, I'm surprised that you guys are still even here till it's like 2 hours over.
It's 8 o'clock here.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's because of the issue. Like that's the issue for tech. You reach a point like you're not even hungry. You want to figure it out before like do anything else. You don't even see the time pass. That's the problem with the tech. Once you in, like you can't even get out anymore. That's the issue. Like
Yeah,
yep.
that's true. That's true. Once you start troubleshooting, 2-3 hours will pass. You won't even realize it. Yeah, I agree.
All
Okay,
right.
but good job today, guys.
Hi, man. Thank you
I'll
so
see you
much.
guys next week. You're welcome.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
no problem. But
Thank you.
I'm responding to some comments on YouTube, so I'll probably still be online. But you guys can drop off.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Lou. So for someone like you who just started, so what you can do is a second. Let me just mute. So what you can do is I'm sorry. I'm just trying to. So what you should do is start. Honestly, maybe I'm a bad salesman, but I sometimes I don't like to. It's like I always do a terrible job at recommending my course because when I do, it's almost like I'm trying to sell you something, and really, it's probably the opposite. But I really feel like I have a good program that can help you learn. Honestly, I have one of the best programs that will help you learn, right? And the thing is, like, you have time to go through. It's like you have time to go through the projects, right? And my project, I designed them based on when I was starting out. Those were the exact same thing I did to learn. And when I started working, the things that I saw when I was working and what some of my day-to-day things you need to learn, and I also add to it. So there's a combination of things you need to learn to get a job, and once you start working, things you will see. So so that's what I recommend, right? And if you want to go by it yourself, so the base of it is I can share my screen here. Let me open something so I can show you. So even if you want to go through it by yourself, just follow follow this method, and I guarantee it will help you out. Right. So I don't know if you can see my screen, right? Right. Just let me know if you can see my screen.
We cannot see.
Oh well, you guys are still on Zoom, right? But let me share my screen. Maybe um all right. So okay, you can see.
Yeah, I can see that.
Lou, you said you can't or you can. Can you see this picture thing I have on the
Yeah, I can see. I don't know if the other person can see it too.
No, yeah, you fine. I'm talking to the other person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So this is how you start learning. The first time when you start learning, don't even try to go and start creating anything. First, start with this is what I'll say do. Start with the cloud practitioner course, right? Do the cloud practitioner course and do the solutions architect course. The reason why I recommend doing those courses because it would help you learn about cloud in general. What is AWS? What services do they offer? What can you use those services for, right? Just gives you um a basic knowledge of AWS and the services they offer. You don't even have to do the certification exam at this point. You just need to take those courses so you understand these things about AWS services. A good course that you can also take is Linux. So and I'm not saying take like a 90 days Linux course. You can do like a 2 hour, 3 hour crash course on Linux. Just mainly, even when you do the Linux course, focus more on Linux commands, just understanding that if you want to do something in Linux, you run commands, right? A lot of the Linux, I actually learned Linux from EC2. When I started, I didn't even take a Linux course. I was from launching EC2 and deploying applications on it. That was how I even have a understanding of Linux. And I won't call myself a Linux expert, but if you ask me to configure something on Linux, I think I have enough foundational knowledge to do that. So I say take a Linux course and maybe like a crash course on Git. That's it. So once you start that, and this is the same step that I'm walking people through in my program. Once you start that, once you have finished this, then we would start creating our project. So in the management console, we would deploy websites. So it's mainly when we say application, we mean website. We'll deploy a static website and dynamic website using EC2, using Docker. These are separate projects. EC2, Docker, Kubernetes, right? You saw the guy I was helping. And how do I even say your name? Is it Doji? Is that how I say your name?
Yes, Doji.
Doji, yeah. So the project I was helping Doji with is him working on this one. Let me close it. He's working on this one, right? So he has done this one, so he's working on this one. So that's why you see us doing everything in the management console. The reason why I say do it in the management console is because when you work in the management console, you will see all the settings. You'll run into troubleshooting issues like we did. You'll just learn a lot, right? Then once you finish everything here, then we'll go on to the third part, which is when you start using tools like Terraform, Ansible, Python, CI/CD to automate things. So pretty much everything you did in step 2, you are going to redo the same applications in step 3. But instead of using the management console, now you use tools like Terraform, Ansible, Docker to complete them, right? Ansible, Python, and things like that, and tools like that to complete them. Then once you've done that, then step 4 is like you're pretty much ready to start applying, really, right? So that is the method I've found. It successfully helped me build my skills, and not only helped me get my job, but I kept my job, right? And I've trained other people that use the same step, right? So that's what I would recommend for someone that's a starter, honestly. And another thing I would recommend is you have to also be willing to do the work. You saw how Doji is going through the projects, right? And when he runs into issue, he will come to me and we'll walk through the issues together, right? That part is one of the most important part of it. You have to be willing to do the work. So if someone tells you that they can teach you on Zoom, like you join a Zoom class and they'll teach you for 60 days, that's a lie. I don't even, you need more than 60 days. You need more than 120 days. You need more than 3 months. You need more than 6 months. And the reason why I don't recommend just even going to take a Zoom class is a Zoom class should be kind of like what we are doing, is where you walk through stuff and you come with your issues and we work on it as a group. We troubleshoot it. A Zoom class should not be, I don't want to have to tell you, click over here, click over there, do this, type this command, type that command. When we are troubleshooting, it's okay. But let's say we are building something for the first time. I don't have to tell you all that stuff. That stuff like that, you can go through it yourself. And that's part of your learning journey, right? But when we meet on Zoom, we discuss any issues you are having. We try to think about it as a group. And if it is any issue, we try to resolve it together. That is really how you learn. So majority of the work you have to do on your own. So a lot of my students, they go through the projects on their own. Then when they have any issues, they come, and on Saturday we talk about it. Does that make sense? So I see a lot of people that I've seen this online before where people are sign up for a Zoom class where they paid a lot of money and they don't seem to get anything out of it because it is not really designed. It is not the best method to learn cloud, honestly. And think about it. If you have like 50 people on a Zoom call and I'm working on applications, I'm working on deploying an application now. Everybody works at different speed. If I say click this, type this, some people's knowledge is not even up to that level. So they might require you to break it down a little bit more. So in 3-4 hours of us trying to deploy an application, we've only launched an EC2 instance because I have to keep stopping and helping people troubleshoot. And that just doesn't help people that are trying to learn. You understand? It will slow you down a lot when you go that route. So I'll say to learn, just have the mindset that, okay, I'm going to be serious about this. I'll sit down. This is just show me what I need to do, ABC, which is what I do. I show you exactly what you need to learn, ABC, and you just have to follow it. Then when you have issues, we troubleshoot together, and that's it. As long as you are doing that, you'll be fine, honestly. Do you understand? Okay, cool. So yeah, so that's it. If you have any other question, we usually meet. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. So if you have any other questions, we usually meet on Saturdays. That's when, but I meet with some of my students during the week, but Saturday is when I meet with everyone as a group. You're welcome. You're welcome. So the
Yeah,
Saturdays,
Aziz,
yeah.
don't forget to put the Azure course you want to update.
Yes. So let's finish the AWS stuff. Then at some point, I'll start doing the Azure one.
Okay, okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I'll start
Thank
doing
you.
the Azure one. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. So, yeah, so that's you're welcome. So that's the best way you'll learn. I guarantee you, by your third, 4th month, trust me, you already even know a lot of stuff that everything else becomes second nature adapt, it will be easier for you to pick up new concepts after that. In the beginning is when it seems like everything is just difficult. But once you take it one step at a time, learn one concept at a time, everything becomes easy. It gets easier as you go. And now that you have AI stuff, you saw how I troubleshoot. I'll just ask questions. It'll give me an answer. I'll try to run it, and it's kind of like another mentor you can rely on, right? But you have to know the right thing to ask it. So that's it. But yeah, we'll be here back next week. And if you have any other question, same time next week, we'll be here. But thank you, Lou. All right. So I'm not ending for TikTok, but I'm ending the call for my YouTube live stream. So thank you, Lou. I really appreciate you participating today. Thank you for your comments and all that. I will speak to you soon, and I'll see you next week. Bye.